The World Cup has come to a close as Spain defeated Argentina 1-0 yesterday in the final. The standings, Spain at 1, Argentina at 2, of course, and then England at 3rd after their 6-4 win over France in the third place match over the weekend. An eventful weekend in the PGA at the Open Championship, to say the least. Ryan Fox won the tournament with a total score of 10 under par. Training camp just over a week and a half away for the Bills. Around the NFL, Bleacher Report's James Palmer reports that Aaron Donald is, quote, putting himself through football workouts to determine if he's in shape to return this season. Mekhi Lemon, who's been dealing with a hamstring injury this offseason, said he'll be 100% ready to go for the start of training camp. The Athletics' Matt Schneiderman said Tucker Kraft, dealing with the knee injury, wouldn't divulge the plans for his participation in early camp when asked about them over the weekend. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the White Sox 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the Dodgers 2-1. And the Red Sox are on a 13-game win streak. They beat Tampa 6-1, and they're 2 games over 500 now on the season. The Mets, they beat the Phillies 6-1 as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hey, everybody. It's nice today, and the air is good.
Clean air.
We got to do that, right?
Did we check to make sure?
Yes, I checked.
The AQI rating is,
Yes, air is good.
yeah, all right.
The air is good.
37. That's a great AQI rating.
How are we at forecasting that? How's it look for the rest of the week? Do we have to forecast the air for the week?
You know, the app I use doesn't give you that number other than the what you have currently.
Right.
So I'd have to seek that out. I don't have that ready to go. It was supposed to be like floating around until late this week. I'd seen that on like Thursday or Friday. I don't know if that's still true. Maybe it's not. But I mean, the fires are still going. So it might just depend on the way the wind is blowing.
It's all about the wind, yeah. I'm looking at the real-time air quality index, and this is Buffalo, Toronto, Hamilton, Windsor, Ottawa, Shawinigan, Sherbrooke. It's a very Canadian site, but we are included in it. So, you know, we got that going for us. Jeremy and Joe, hi, everybody. 9 days till Bills training camp. The World Cup is over. We all shed a tear for the end of the World Cup.
Yep.
The Open Championship happened, and a guy named Ryan Fox won it, who's the fastest golfer alive, which is great news for
like that.
For fast golfers.
He just gets up and hits it.
Yeah. Wait, it took somebody did the numbers on it from when who was in his group that missed the putt would have been Burns, who made his putt.
Yeah.
Sam Burns made his putt. 22 seconds later, he's hitting his putt to win the Open Championship.
Right.
From the time the ball holed out, and then includes like 6 seconds of Burns getting the ball out of the hole.
Yeah. Was it Tirico on the call? Right? Tirico was the one that was doing play-by-play?
He was there for some of it. I didn't realize he was there at the very end. I thought it was somebody else.
Whoever was calling the final putt, I mean, you might have been like ready all week. Like, all right, if there's a birdie putt on 18, this is what I got laid out to say. Like, oh, wait, he's putting.
Yeah.
Like, you would have had no opportunity. Fox was just there and hitting. So, I like that, though, about him.
Yeah.
And, like, just a dude. He just kind of seemed like a dude just showed up and won the Open Championship. I know he's been playing golf professionally for a long time.
He's from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Which means he's a Kiwi. People from New Zealand are called Kiwis.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was New Zealand in the World Cup? Did we get a World? No, because we did not get a World Cup. A Joe fact about New Zealand, I don't think.
They were in the World Cup.
We might have missed
They
it.
must have been in it somehow.
Okay.
Unless they worked out that they were always on a weekend.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. But they were in the World Cup, for sure. I don't think they won a game, but they were there.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the Cup's over, and now all these NFL stadiums start to convert back to artificial turf, or at least a lot of them do, to the chagrin of the players. But,
The players aren't going to, protest by, standing on the field, not letting them rip anything up.
They all have there's a, have you seen the tweet that's going around and the hashtag?
Well, I saw the NFLPA put together, a whole, they're calling it a grassroots campaign, I saw.
It's a good,
Yeah.
I like that. That's good.
They put together, a commercial, even, with Caleb Williams. So they've been doing work. But I didn't see other than that.
It's
no.
hashtag worth the cost.
Worth the cost?
Hashtag worth the cost. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's about, player safety and all that, which,
Yep.
of course, I think most fans would be down for regular grass. It's not really up to us. It's not like there's a vote. Well, I always like to point out when there's not a vote. I don't get the vote. I'd love to have MetLife Stadium in regular grass, but it's not up to me.
Yeah. Yeah, we are hashtag worth the cost.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one.
So they've really, Devin Lloyd, Jonathan Taylor. I mean, I could just go down on and on. Everybody's using the hashtag. Harrison Phillips.
There you go.
Using it.
Is it only people that have been hurt because of turf?
It also might be only the players that are playing on turf. Is their home stadium? Would a Bills player not feel like, do I really need to get involved in this right now? I'm good. I'm going to grass. I mean, I've got to play away games sometimes on turf. I got to go play against the Jets.
And they're going to
on
MetLife,
turf.
right? Yeah.
But I've got double the grass games than I've had before, at least.
Yeah.
So they might not feel as motivated.
Which is pretty good. We talked to Pete Gwelly last week, and I asked him, do you feel like you're on the right side of things, having switched to grass now? There's a big movement for it. Maybe the movement's always been there, but the existence of the World Cup coming in and putting grass down is an indicator that this has always been possible. Mm-hmm. They could do something. In some stadiums, the pitch had to be bigger, so they moved things around or they filled in dugouts. But whatever, they could put a smaller grass field out there because the football field is smaller, so they could do it. Mm-hmm. It's a matter of time before maybe they all are mandated to. I don't know.
They're going to wait until a CBA negotiation, and then it's going to become a thing there, right?
Yeah, probably.
You can have this, but you're going to lose blank.
You wonder if a few stadiums will be holdouts or whatever, but a lot of the new ones are going to grass as is. So there you go. What'd you think of the final, everybody? Spain 1-0 over Argentina. I think if you are an England fan today, you are beside yourself. You are between the way the third place game went, which is maybe what we should talk about, the third place game.
Because there were 10 goals in that
10 goals, and because England put on their guys that score a lot of goals, and they went out and scored a lot of goals.
Yeah.
Some of the guys that didn't even play in the semifinal. And then in the final, Argentina didn't get a shot.
Yeah.
Not
until extra time.
That's tough. We lost to that team. Mm-hmm. They couldn't get a shot against Spain. Spain's the 85 Bears out there. Spain's the 2000 Ravens.
They allowed 1 goal the whole tournament.
Yeah, and their expected goals throughout the tournament is the lowest ever.
Yep.
Unexpected goals per game. So that's the best defensive team that's ever been created in Spain.
Argentina's expected goals until the 117th minute, or maybe the 107th minute, was 0.00.
Yeah. It's hard to get any expected goals when you never direct the pass towards the goal.
Right, the ball never went towards their goalie.
Right.
So 0.00.
Did they string 3 passes in a row together at any point in the game?
I mean, Messi hardly touched the ball
for
the first 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
I wonder, are they going to take him off? He's not really doing anything out there if they don't have the ball, and now they're down a man, and they never, I'm sure, ever thought about for a second taking him out. There it is, though, again, in sports. The team that just gets up, let's just decide to play completely different. Because Argentina had, again, 0.00 expected goals and didn't even have a shot towards the net. And then Spain went up 1-0, and then Spain had 6 attempts on net and 2 shots on goal and all of their best chances. Mm-hmm. Even Spain did it at the end. Why do teams do this in sports? Okay, we're up 1-0. Let's back way off. We had been all over them, not letting them breathe. They can't make any passes all game long, and now we're just going to back up and let Messi throw balls into the box. Like they almost lost it.
They did. They had a couple of incredible chances.
Simeone, right, for Argentina.
Yeah.
Had a clean shot at it. They didn't have that shot all game. But, we're up 1-0, so we have to back up and let them take shots like that. So even a team that dominant defensively almost had that happen to them at the end. But in the regular game, Spain should have been up. Spain should have won the game. Like that, the deservo meter was all the way in Spain's favor.
18-0 on shot attempts at one point?
Yeah,
I mean, it's nuts.
I think it ended like 20 to 3.
20 to 3. All right, yeah. Well, congratulations on the shot attempts.
One of the great wasted goalie performances of all time.
Yeah.
I mean,
Spain was getting goalied. I had the thought Nathan McKinnon is having flashbacks right now.
Yes.
Like he's upset. He's going to be mad if Argentina steals this one late because he's going to say, you go ahead and tell me who the better team was.
Yeah,
right.
Martinez was it felt like every 30 seconds he was diving into a ball. It was unbelievable. I was loving watching a performance like that and just couldn't quite get it over the line. But yeah, what a tournament.
Were you guys watching England, France?
Yes.
It was on in the so I had my member guest tournament this week, and the dinner was happening with the game on in the background.
Okay.
So we all were kind of watching it like in the background, and it's like, a goal. Oh, a goal. Like every 2 seconds, somebody was like pointing to the screen. Like, look.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
That was mostly the second half.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy because England goes up 4-0, and that's cool, that's fun, whatever. I guess nobody's playing defense. Somehow, by France starting to come back, it became very compelling, even though it didn't matter.
Right.
When it got to 4-3.
4-1, 4-2. All right, we got 4-3, and then France should have scored 5 times.
They were like
globe-trottering. Yes,
exactly.
They were globe-trottering and then missing the layup. It should have been 6-4 France. And then Bellingham goes down and scores. That game, I don't even know how to feel about it because it was, bad defense. This is what it looks like when nobody actually plays defense in this sport. Yep. These incredibly gifted players can do whatever they want. And if you're not trying 100% all the time, they're going to score all the time. Like an NBA All-Star game or like an NHL All-Star game is what it kind of looked like.
Yeah.
And people were comparing that. To me, it looked like watching my friend and I play FIFA together. Back and forth, counterattacks, just a video game. And along the way, it got legitimately dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of it, the coaches shook hands and laughed. Like,
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Everybody out there was probably just like, this is just ridiculous. We're just going to go have fun and whatever. Like, Mbappe and a bunch of the guys were after the game laughing. And, it was crazy.
It was wild.
And Mbappe breaks the record in the third place game, by the way. The goals record for the World Cup. Which I guess is allowed.
That's right.
Those goals count.
Those goals count in that game. And
won the Golden Boot along with it.
Yeah, it went from being like, a meaningless goal in a 4-1 game to actually got 2 goals on the way to coming back and nearly stealing it.
Right.
I
mean, at least they put on a show.
It kind of became like Rocky IV because I went in rooting for England pretty much for most of the tournament. And then when I got to England-France, it's 4-2. I'm rooting for France. Uh-huh. I'm chanting. I'm the Russian crowd standing chanting Rocky, Rocky because they've convinced me I want them to win instead.
I thought in the same way that I'm like, it'd be kind of funny England blowing this to Argentina, the way that they kind of have this reputation of doing it. And then they're in this game that doesn't matter, and they're up 4-0. And if they blow that, like it won't be the thing that everyone remembers will be the Argentina game, but it'd just be like a little cherry on top to like, England's just going to blow it.
It would have been cool. Especially
it would have been crazy.
Because they have their own word for it, where they say you bottled it. I mean, they've been saying they bottled it again, this time against France, up 4-0. Blowing a 4-0 lead in soccer is the kind of thing that gets Interpol to investigate you.
Yes.
Like, how does that happen? I say that because that
are they taking bets?
That did happen. Like, there was an Arsenal-Newcastle game. They blew a 4-0 lead, and Interpol came to investigate.
Yeah.
Imagine the Chiefs blow a lead, and the FBI's like, we got to check on that. That doesn't make sense. They were up by the comeback game here between the Bills and the Oilers. The federal government's like, something's not right here.
It would have been, I think, the largest comeback in
World Cup history.
I think in the history of soccer. I'm looking up the largest comeback in soccer history, and I'm getting a bunch of 4-goal comebacks. So maybe it would have tied it doesn't happen in soccer. It's the equivalent of a team coming back from 30 down in football, isn't it? 4 goals in soccer in a half. By the way, scoring 4 goals in a half. Listen, that game was fun. That game was enjoyable. I don't know that I still need third place games, but I'm willing to okay, fine. I don't need to complain about this or the existence of this because what else? What else was it going to do? What else was going to be on in the background?
Something was on, as is normally the case. Just put a game on TV and people will watch it.
Just put two of the best soccer teams in the world. One's got Mbappe on it, and just put them on TV and see what happens.
So
fine.
In the in our YouTube chat, Trevor points out that Pro Football Talk wrote an article that this is making the case for a third place game in the NFL.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No.
It's absolutely not. It's once every 4 years they do this. They probably might eliminate the third place game at some point.
Yeah.
But no, it is not making the case for a third place game.
And I can't think of a sport in North American sports that really.
Where would a third place game be a good idea? Any level of sport, you get it in hockey because there's a medal, right? Any Olympic event where there's a bronze medal game, okay. And here, what's it for? I even saw the difference in prize money between the third and the fourth place, like $20,000 for the team.
Okay, I thought I saw it was $2 million.
Oh,
it was like $29 million
versus
for third
$27
and $27 million for third.
Maybe $200,000 per player or whatever.
Yeah.
Like $50,000. It's before 7. The math doesn't count. Right, so it's not even like they were playing for a check because they're all getting the check by making the Final Four. But like try to make the case for a third place game. Where is it? It's definitely not. We should have seen the Jarrett Stidham Broncos play against the Rams.
Yeah.
No. That's not a thing that should have happened.
No.
Last year. Or the Bills should have played. Who would it have been? The Eagles beat
Washington.
There you go. Bills Commanders. Was
No.
it really Washington?
Yeah,
I
they made the NFC Championship.
I guess you're right. I guess it was.
I
mean, I would if they played, I would watch the game. But it's very difficult because
would they try though? And would they try? Would they play anybody?
No, I would not want Josh Allen.
Allen doesn't play in that game,
that's right.
right?
That's right.
So at that point, it's already dead on arrival. Like, okay, Commanders Bills, a third place game. It's no Jaden Daniels, no Josh Allen, dead on arrival.
The only way to
that
make
game
it
is not going to be sellable if you're playing.
The only way to make it
backups.
worth something is if the winner of the third. Here's like whatever. Let's get stupid. I'm borrowing from the NBA and their draft stuff, which got really crazy.
Okay.
Is if the winner of the third place game drafts 10th. You know, like just do that.
22 spots.
22 spots. You win the third place game, you get to draft 10th.
It's always got to be something draft related, doesn't it?
It really does. You got to give
him an extra first round pick.
Give me a reason to invest. Yeah, the following year
you get an extra first at the end of the first round. Yeah,
33rd.
Yeah, you get. So if you're picking 28th, you also get 33rd. But like the players are going on. You're still not playing Josh Allen.
I might have him dressed and like there's one drive at the end and like Josh, we need another first round pick.
Like in this game, Mbappe plays. Like you need to make the game meaningful enough to where your starting quarterback is going to be in the game, and I don't think you're doing that for maybe to move up to 10. That's a lot. I'd rather have that than the 33rd pick, right? I think draft value chart would even probably tell you that. $50 million. Does the money matter to it? Probably not, right? Extra home game. I don't know. Baseball. Is baseball the better sport for this third place game? Hockey's would never work because everybody's done. They're exhausted. They're not getting up for a third place game.
I mean,
I don't know.
Could I have Josh dress for the third place game? And then again, the final drive, I'll say like, get in there. Let's get that 33rd pick.
Like a closer.
Joe, they ask him to do everything as it is. What's one more thing?
Mm-hmm.
No. Anyway. No, I don't think third place games are in our future.
No. I mean, is that the first third place game you can remember enjoying?
Anything.
Olympics, World Cup, Euro, anything.
It's the only third place game I could ever even remember or try to reference. Never mind remember watching or enjoying.
Yeah.
They used to have a third place game in the NCAA tournament, consolation tournament game, like the same.
Did they?
Yeah, in the NCAA tournament, used to have a consolation game.
Wow, how long ago was that?
I don't know because I don't remember a single third place game other than this one we just watched on Saturday.
Yeah.
Do you got the years?
They discontinued. Do you remember watching these?
No.
All right, good. So you're not. This is not setting you up to be old guy on the show.
I mean, it might be in a year where I would have watched sports, but
no, they discontinued it in 1981.
Okay, I would have been 2.
Okay.
1. If it's March, I'm 1 year old.
All right.
I don't have a memory of that. No.
Yeah, 1946 to 1981. They discontinued due to lack of fan interest. Stunner. Not surprising. I mean, I'm looking at like famous third place games of all time. Nothing is memorable here. Nothing. I'm like all these ones at the World Cup. I would have never watched it. I had brought up like maybe we would have cared if like the U.S. was in it, but you've got to really invent a outcome where like I think the U.S. played Canada in a third place game in Olympic hockey. I think that was at 2006. There was an Olympics where, or maybe that was even more recent than that, but there was an Olympic hockey third place game between USA and Canada. And I don't think anybody cared about that. Like, what would we have cared about that game if in this past Olympics that the U.S. and Canada didn't they both go to overtime in the semifinals?
Yeah. The U.S. beat Switzerland, Sweden. The U.S. beat Sweden.
Quinn Hughes had the goal, right? And then Canada beat Czechia.
Yeah, both in 3-on-3.
Just imagine for a second that both of those games go the other way, and USA and Canada play in the bronze medal game. Does anybody care?
I think we probably would have watched it. I mean, what time was that game? Here's the thing: there was a third place game. I don't know what time it was or what day it was.
All right.
Maybe if my team had played in it, I would have remembered it. So, it is what it is. 803-0550. Good morning, everybody. Beautiful weekend in the books. The Bills are 9 days away from the start of training camp. Rookies report tomorrow.
Right.
We're talking with Sal tomorrow and getting the latest from him because rookies report tomorrow around the league. You've got rookies reporting a little bit here and there. That's exciting. So we are getting back to football.
Mm-hmm. A couple of weeks from the Hall of Fame game. And then the preseason pledge. We need to fire up again.
The preseason pledge. It needs to become
and how to fix preseason football, which is a yearly tradition.
Yeah.
That's generally when draft pick prizes start coming out. Like the winner of the preseason gets an extra first round pick.
Yeah.
Or gets to move up to 5th overall. And that's the preseason for you.
803-0550, the phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Beautiful forecast today. Tomorrow looks like there could be some storms, some pretty nasty storms tomorrow, maybe even into Wednesday. And then from there, wide open and looking pretty good. Summer is upon us. Training camp begins in 9 days. I had something about, I know what it was. Like counting down to the stadium and our first look into the stadium. We're inside of a couple of weeks now.
2.5 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
roughly.
August 8th is when we get in there for the first time. That's 2 weeks from Saturday.
Yep.
And the first preseason game is 3 weeks from Saturday. So, getting closer to getting in there, starting to get a feel for it. It's exciting. Planning out like what you're going to do, when you're going to go.
I think people are going to tailgate for
the blue and red.
Blue and red game. Did you see
Are the Bills not charging $5 for parking? I thought the parking is way down for the blue and red. I could be wrong about that. I thought I saw at one point that blue and red parking is $5 in Bill slots.
I'm not sure about that. Okay, but that would make sense. There was an email that went out to season ticket holders about like the rules or what they're doing for that day, and one of the things was like how early lots were opening. Like, and Abbott Road, the practice begins at 7 and Abbott Road closes at 1. So it's like a rehearsal.
Yeah, good.
And that parking lot's open at 3, 4 hours early. It's a Saturday.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Could be a pretty big tailgate scene.
I think so.
Why not? Like, it's a Saturday afternoon. If the weather's nice, like, hey, let's go out. Let's go out early. Let's tailgate in front of the new stadium for the first time. I think a lot of people might do that.
Are we about to make like big time headlines around the NFL because 65,000 people showed up for a practice?
Oh yeah. Although technically, I think there's a limit on because how many season ticket holders are there?
It's a good question. Maybe like 60,000,
whatever that number is.
58,000.
That's how many people will be there.
Yeah.
The same way that the Sabres once sold out the building for like a prospect scrimmage, and made ESPN. That I was at 17,000 people.
Yeah.
When Eichel was a rookie. Yeah, I think you're gonna see them make a lot of news because it's the first thing there, and it's gonna be even if it's 58,000 people. It'll be look at how many people showed up for the Bills practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's exciting. 2 weeks from Saturday, the Bills get to training camp. Rookies report tomorrow, and camp opens a week from Wednesday. Brian Koziel, when we return, will wrap the Open Championship. And Ryan Fox, who had a head cover as a Fox. That's how you always knew it was him, because I don't know, I exactly know his face. I recognize watching the final coverage, the final round, I recognize his sunglasses and the fox in his bag.
Gray scruff.
Yep.
Is how I would describe
A
him.
New Zealander who had never had a top 10 in a tournament before, a major tournament. In a major tournament before. Wins it, and wins it with a clutch putt to beat Sam Burns. And
all the DeChambeau nonsense.
All the DeChambeau nonsense. There was a lot of DeChambeau nonsense, including players openly saying, I don't like him.
Yep.
A lot of drama, a lot of nonsense. We should talk about him at some point. I end up feeling bad for him, and maybe I shouldn't. You know, it's one of those.
Yeah.
He creates his own environment, but I end up feeling a little bad for him. So we'll get to that. We also, Joe, the folks definitely want a full recap of the member guest and how things went and your member guest. So
I'm not walking in here with a trophy, so there's a little bit of a spoiler, but I've got a report.
All right.
On what happened.
Eager to get that. Jeremy and Joe Callie and Owen Parker are both here as well, hanging out with you. Happy Monday. Beautiful day on the way today. And the air, just breathe in the air. It's deliciously good. It's tasty, the air, here on WGR.
The World Cup has come to a close as Spain defeated Argentina 1-0 in the final. The final standings, Spain and Argentina at 1 and 2, of course, and England at third after their 6-4 win over France in the third-place match over the weekend. An eventful weekend in the PGA at the Open Championship, to say the least. Ryan Fox won the tournament with a total score of 10 under par. Training camp just 9 days away for the Bills around the NFL. Bleacher Report's James Palmer reports Aaron Donald is putting himself through football workouts to determine if he's in shape to return in this season. Mekhi Lemon, who's been dealing with hamstring injury this offseason, said he'll be 100% ready to go for the start of training camp. The Athletics' Matt Schneiderman said Tucker Kraft, dealing with the knee injury, wouldn't divulge the plans for his participation early in camp when asked about them over the weekend. And in baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the White Sox 3-0. The Yankees beat the Dodgers 2-1. The Red Sox on a 13-game win streak. They beat Tampa 6-1. They're 2 games over 500 now on the season. And the Mets, they beat the Phillies 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
New Zealand has another major champion.
The call of Ryan Fox winning the Open Championship. A birdie putt on the 72nd hole wins it. I was only rooting against that putt to go in because I wanted a playoff. Nothing against him, but, like a two-man playoff would have been guaranteed 3 more holes of golf. They're going to play, I believe it's 15, 16, 18, or Brian Koziel will know. I know they had 3 holes planned, Brian, and I just wanted to watch 3 more holes because I was trying to get to the World Cup final, and I thought, let's bridge the gap. But Ryan Fox makes the putt and cements himself in golf lore.
I agree. I had nothing against Ryan Fox either, but I was hoping for more. And him and Young going at it. And if Burns could have made the putt too, then we could have had a 3-man playoff, which would have been great. And if I had any strong rooting interest, it was actually for Burns. Out of those top 3 at the end that ended up kind of separating themselves, I was rooting for him just because he had been so close to winning a major here. Snake bit in the last 2 U.S. Opens. Good story about him just having a child and coming over. He didn't even think he was going to play. But yeah, credit Fox. But by the way, the playoff, like you said, 14, 15, 18 it would have been. Yeah,
right. 14, 15, 18, right.
Yeah, Burns 3 top 10s this year in majors, including 2nd and 3rd at the last 2.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, he's probably, if we were going to say who's the best putter in the world, he's probably maybe my answer. He's really, really good at that. And obviously he's given himself chances to win in this tournament. I mean, if you would have went in and said, hey, all you got to do is shoot even par and at least you're in the playoff, I mean, he would have signed up for that all day. So to be +2 yesterday, disappointing. But when Young posted the -9 and he bogeyed 18, didn't know if it would be enough, but the back 9 played really hard for everybody. It's like you figured, even Scheffler was involved, others. But even when guys would make birdies, they'd give it back. The back 9 played tough. 18 played really tough, which I guess I want to credit Fox even more so because he played it really, really well. I mean, I heard him afterwards say that he told his caddy, all right, we're going to try to win it right here. And if my aggressiveness, doesn't pay off, then so be it. I'll live with the result if it means we end up losing. But impressive for sure. He said he hit exactly the 2 shots that he wanted to off the tee and into the green. And that putt, I thought maybe he even left it short. It didn't have a ton of pace to it, but it just dropped right in. So kudos for him for stepping up. Ton of pressure. Obviously, some of the guys didn't handle it as well down the stretch, and he did it really well there to finish.
Brian Koziel on the Open Championship, and Ryan Fox gets the win. Brian, it's funny, in I'm just going to say, in a time of our lives where so much of sports is about rules officials and challenges, did golf go that way this weekend with the Bryson thing and then also the Scotty ruling, which I feel like I should be able to use the Scotty ruling whenever I want now. We got to get to that in depth. Didn't find your ball. We just must assume that it's in a position where you get a free drop. How is that interpreted for Scotty Scheffler to almost come back and finish one stroke back?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with the DeChambeau thing on, what would that be, on Friday. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously walking around in the fescue. In my opinion, I'll on the rule thing first. In my opinion, he should have been walking much more gingerly. I know in the end, the RNA said he unintentionally improved his swing path. Obviously, DeChambeau disagreed that he did anything wrong because he was out there very, very animated. The whole thing reminded me of waiting for a goaltender interference penalty in the NHL. It just took way too long. It was over an hour before they finally decided that he was officially going to get the 2-stroke penalty. And what Bryson did out there, whether he knew what he was doing or not, I know, I talked with Jeff Meadis. I've asked a couple of golf pros, just texting them in a group text, like, hey, what do you think there? And they're like, look, he knew where he was stepping. So some of those people kind of that know the rules really well has kind of said, like, look, he knows that by him stepping around, like, what possibly could be happening there. So I'll even give him a little benefit of the doubt and say, well, maybe officially he thought he was clear with his swing path. To me, what I had a bigger problem with Bryson is the I might not play tomorrow kind of stance. Like, look, everybody gets bad calls in sports. I mean, if Josh Allen gets called for an intentional grounding he disagrees with, is he not coming out for the second half?
Right.
Like, come on, ridiculous. Like, stop. Like, it's ridiculous. The video itself, there was enough there. And the thing about golf, everybody says, like, it's honorable. You take the rules. You do all these sort of things that you want to protect the field. Like, okay, you disagreed with it. All right, but they're going to give it to you anyway, it looks like. And he's out there putting on a theatrical performance. I hated that. It took way too long. And now they don't have tee times for the next day. There's all these volunteers still there. Like, that to me just was not necessary. And then I might not play tomorrow. And then he's not talking to the media about it. He had a chance to kind of tell his side and maybe become a sympathetic figure a little in some sense if fans maybe wanted to take his side. But because he didn't talk a whole week, nobody really knew what his side of the story was. So I didn't think he handled that very well, regardless of whether or not you thought he actually improved his swing path or not. So
right.
For Bryson, I don't know, just too much drama like always here. And it's too bad because look at that day, there were 262s and Bryson played really good. And we could have been talking quite a bit about Bryson, how good he's played, considering he missed 3 cuts coming in. Instead, we're just talking about, him maybe quitting on the game on the weekend.
A small dose of devil's advocate, maybe. Scotty Scheffler also made a point about DeChambeau saying, like, listen, everything he does is on camera. And, he made a big show of it, and I might not play tomorrow, and not speaking to the media. Could I make the argument, if I tried, that was him attempting to not make a show of it? He didn't follow himself out there with cameras to argue with the rules officials. Like, that's the thing. Like, once you become a sideshow like Bryson kind of has become, the paparazzi, if I may, will follow you to the end. They could have just stopped golf coverage. They could have just gone somewhere else. And instead, it is complete coverage of him melting down on the rules officials, something that maybe other players wouldn't necessarily get.
I think that's also very fair, too. And Scotty's point is that there has to be some equity. And I think, beyond the USA staying on the air late to cover all that, which was kind of wild, you're right. Not every single golfer has a camera on them for every single shot. So is it truly equitable? Bryson and Scotty, they're going to have the camera on them for every single shot. And, I'm not saying Ryan Fox did anything wrong. Maybe Ryan Fox at some point was in the fescue this weekend or Thursday or Friday, and there wasn't a camera on him. And, is that equitable? I don't know. I think they've got to figure out a way to maybe do something there. I mean, obviously for 100+ years, everybody figured it out. And probably, as we would say in every single sport, there were blown calls that we didn't have replay for in the end. The whole procedure and the antics and the whole theatrical and the whole just how long it takes with everything with replay in sports. I know, you've been on this train forever here. Like, just
get rid of it.
It's not enjoyable. There wasn't one moment with that Bryson thing that was good.
Yeah.
And, and in the end, I mean, he's not really even a factor. He's -4. I mean, maybe obviously if he's got 2 more there, who knows? But yeah, it had to been. I think on all sides it had to have been handled better. And for Scheffler and these tournaments that don't have out of bounds marked, where they're, I mean, it happened with Spieth at Birkdale when he won it here in 2017. You know, he's in like a hospitality concession area, but it's inside the course. Like the same thing we've always said with the leaf rule. Like we all agree, like, oh, the ball's right here legitimately, but there's leaves all over, so we can't find it. Like, what do we do? And, you know, I don't know. I for them, though, not to find the ball with all the spotters they have and all the spectators and all the security, like that was still an odd theme that ended up playing out that way.
The other thing out of the Bryson thing is the Rory McIlroy comments, right? Like, and that, and I wonder, like, Rory would probably say back to that, like, well, Bryson knows that the cameras are on him, like and that's why he called it performative, right? Like, of course he knows he's on camera at all times, and that now, Brian, like, I saw a clip that was from maybe a couple of months ago, Rory telling a story about him and Bryson at Augusta not agreeing on who should go first on a putt, and like they have enough history now, and seeing Rory this weekend where, I mean, that's as much of a hated rivalry I feel like that you actually get in golf. We had Koepka and Bryson for like a minute, and I feel like this is maybe at the same level.
Yeah, these guys really don't say much about each other because, in some sense, they're not playing defense against each other. You're right. I mean, it's the player against the course, so there's not maybe as much set up for that to be. It's not like they're an opponent, but yeah, you're right. Rory definitely vocal, and I obviously they don't like each other for sure. But I do remember that at the Masters I think it was the 9th hole, they were deciding who was going to putt first, and they had kind of an argument about it. And
Rory got mad at Bryson because he suggested they flip a tee for it. How that went down.
And he was like, it's the master here, or whatever, kind of something like that. Like, what do you mean here? Like, no, whoever's farther away is the guy that putts, kind of thing. Yeah. I was surprised that he said that. Now, Scheffler didn't want to talk about it during the tournament, and I respected that. And then he yesterday opened up a little bit more, and his line was interesting. He's like, Bryson's a lot of things, but he's not a cheater. I was like, all right, so maybe he's got some other feelings on what Bryson is too, but he said he's not a cheater. And most of these guys are going to protect players and say they're not cheaters, but man, Rory was definitely more so talking about his theatrics and how he was, hands all over, gesturing, I might not come back tomorrow. I think that's probably more so where Rory was going with that.
So the Scheffler ruling thing was just all about that structure that was there? That was why he got the drop, because there was a building in the way?
So if I hit a ball so far gone next to the clubhouse, can I just say I can only assume it is blocked by temporary blah, blah, blah?
Right.
I mean, I guess if it's within the course boundaries, I think any building you could make that argument for.
Every building's temporary, right?
Yeah.
What building's not temporary? Joe plays at a course. They just rebuilt the clubhouse. That means the previous one was temporary.
Yep.
That's right.
Anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a fuzzy rule for sure. And he obviously was right there with a chance to win. That, if that ruling goes against him, then he's out of it instantly right there.
What's next on the golf calendar, Brian? Now we have our 4 majors out of the way. It used to be the PGA Championship would be in August, but of course that moved to May. So now we're at like the FedEx Cup standings, and is that different this year for anybody trying to track that? What's the next big step?
Yeah, so there's a couple of tournaments left. 3M Open, Rocket Classic, Wyndham Championship, and these are just the regular tournaments. None of these are elevated where you're going to see every single big name playing. A lot of guys that are maybe on the bubble to get in, the top 70 end up making it. Remember, the playoffs last year switched from 4 weeks to 3. So you have the St. Jude Championship, the BMW Championship, and the Tour Championship, and it goes from it's top 100. 100 to 70 to 30, and that's how it'll go over the course of the first week. It used to be 120, so I'm sorry, so a little less now, but so before we see the big names again, some of them may not even play these next 3 weeks. They'll be positioning for guys to try to get in here into the playoffs. So that'll be the storyline for the next 3 weeks, is guys trying to fight to get themselves in a position to make into that playoff so they can play for that $40 million purse, which they added more money to this year at the Tour Championship. So there's a ton of money still there over the course of these playoffs that guys will be trying to fight for. But that's really it. I mean, I love that the PGA Championship was moved to May because it's kind of a quieter spot in the sports calendar. and you get one big event every month, starting with the Players in March and then all the majors. But then, man, it feels like it just ends so quick. And for us here in Western New York that we all love golf and love playing, it feels like we're like right in the heart of the golf season. And then on the pro scene, it's like, damn, we're almost to the end here. It got to the end pretty quick.
Yeah.
And it's a President's Cup year, right? Not a Ryder Cup year,
right.
obviously.
Not a Ryder Cup year. Yeah, President's Cup's at the end of September, and it's at Medina in Chicago this year. But, yeah, not a Ryder Cup year.
Very good. Brian Koziel of Tee to Green on the Western Hotline. Thanks, Brian.
Okay, guys. Have a great day.
The Open Championship in the books. Someone in the chat said, is there a DJ in Virginia wrote in, is there a likable golfer currently?
Well, I mean, for different people. I mean, you probably like either Rory or Bryson.
Maybe. I mean, I like Rory just fine. And if Bryson is playing, I'm watching for sure.
Tommy Fleetwood.
That was my answer. Tommy Fleetwood is
a likable
Justin
golfer.
Rose, Tommy Fleetwood, Tony Finau. These are all likable golfers.
Some people just don't like the old guys in golf. So Rose, I wouldn't think would be like really high in that list. I like Rose.
7 o'clock, I want to have a conversation about the Bills' window because one of the Shouty shows had a conversation about the Bills' window. Talk about that. I'd also like to talk about Tom Brady and someone in his life getting to him.
This weekend with him was just...
Someone needs to... Tom, buddy. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. In our YouTube chat, Trevor points out that Pro Football Talk wrote an article that this is making the case for a third-place game in the NFL.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No.
It's absolutely not. It's once every 4 years they do this. They probably might eliminate the third-place game at some point.
Yeah.
But no, it is not making the case for a third-place game.
And I can't think of a sport in North American sports that really...
Where would a third-place game be a good idea? Any level of sport, you get it in hockey because there's a medal, right? Any Olympic event where there's a bronze medal game, okay. And here, what's it for? I even saw the difference in prize money between the third and the fourth place, like $20,000 for the team.
Okay, I thought I saw it was $2 million.
Oh,
it was like $29 million for third and $27 million for third.
Maybe $200,000 per player or whatever.
Yeah.
Like $50,000. It's before 7. The math doesn't count. Right, so it's not even like they were playing for a check because they're all getting the check by making the Final Four. But
right,
like try to make the case for a third place game. Where is it? It's definitely not. Oh, we should have seen the Jarrett Stidham Broncos play against the Rams.
Yeah,
no, that's not a thing that should have happened.
No,
last year, or the Bills should have played. Who would it have been? The Eagles beat
Washington.
There you go. Bills Commanders. Was it really Washington?
Yeah,
I guess you're right. I guess it was. I mean, I would if they played, I would watch the game. But it's very difficult because
would they try though? And would they try? Would they play anybody?
No, I would not want Josh
Allen doesn't play in that game.
That's right. That's right.
So at that point, it's already dead on arrival.
Brian Koziel on the Open Championship, and Ryan Fox gets the win. Brian, it's funny, like in a time of our lives where so much of sports is about rules, officials, and challenges. Did golf go that way this weekend with the Bryson thing, and then also the Scotty ruling, which I feel like I should be able to use the Scotty ruling whenever I want now. We got to get to that in depth. Didn't find your ball? We just must assume that it's in a position where you get a free drop? How is that interpreted for Scotty Scheffler to almost come back and finish one stroke back? Yeah,
I mean, I'll start with the DeChambeau thing on, what would that be, on Friday. Yeah, I mean, he's obviously walking around in the fescue. In my opinion, I'll on the rule thing first. In my opinion, he should have been walking much more gingerly I know in the end, the RNA said he unintentionally improved his swing path. Obviously, DeChambeau disagreed that he did anything wrong because he was out there very, very animated. The whole thing reminded me of waiting for a goaltender interference penalty in the NHL. It just took way too long. It was over an hour before they finally decided that he was officially going to get the 2-stroke penalty. And what Bryson did out there, whether he knew what he was doing or not, I know. I talked with Jeff Meadis. I've asked a couple of golf pros, just texting them in a group text, like, "Hey, what do you think there?" And they're like, "Look, he knew where he was stepping." So some of those people kind of that know the rules really well has kind of said, like, look, he knows that by him stepping around, like, what possibly could be happening there. So I'll even give him a little benefit of the doubt and say, well, maybe officially he thought he was clear with his swing path. To me, what I had a bigger problem with Bryson is the I might not play tomorrow kind of stance. Like, look, everybody gets bad calls in sports. I mean, if Josh Allen gets called for an intentional grounding he disagrees with, is he not coming out for the second half?
Right.
Like, come on, ridiculous. Like, stop. Like, it's ridiculous. The video itself, there was enough there. And the thing about golf, everybody says, like, it's honorable. You take the rules. You do all these sort of things that you want to protect the field. Like, okay, you disagreed with it. All right, but they're going to give it to you anyway, it looks like. And he's out there putting on a theatrical performance. I hated that. It took way too long. And now they don't have tee times for the next day. There's all these volunteers still there. Like, that to me just was not necessary.
Hey, everybody, Jeremy and Joe. Got a Bills conversation for you next about their window as we're 9 days out from training camp. But quickly, Tom Brady is doing fake things, pretending to fight a Paul. Who is this? Who?
I think it's Logan Paul.
It is Logan Paul.
Or is it both?
He's pretending to be in a feud with him, slapping him in a weigh-in, going to the World Cup final and flipping him off. And to everyone out there, we all know it's fake, guys. You don't have to say, like, oh, God, guys, obviously it's fake. That's also embarrassing.
Yeah.
Tom Brady is engaged in this.
He's setting up for a WWE
Okay.
Where he's going to be a heel.
feud.
Oh,
He's setting up for a feud with Logan Paul in WWE.
right.
Uh-huh.
Pat McAfeeing it.
Sure.
Except he's not a punter. He was the greatest quarterback that's ever lived.
I mean,
I guess he's having a good time. And I
Good for him.
They want you to believe they're sour
I
about
don't
how
wanna
the
say
flag
good for
football
him.
game went.
oh yeah, they were in the
That's where this all stemmed from.
Right.
at the World Cup final.
yeah.
We're Yeah, not great.
My prediction, by the
A
way,
fake smack?
I still want it on the bet board that at some point he's going to decide to run for president. He's going to try it. I'm just telling you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he's going to
He
start.
won't be able to not do it.
He's going to start with like senator or something.
Something.
Yeah.
It's book it.
He'll run for to be a high
He
level
will not.
politician. That's
you
for sure. Governor, maybe governor.
In 3 years, he'll be going door to door to say, "Don't forget about me."
Right.
Hey, I need you to know I exist.
Although, where is he running for this? Because doesn't Massachusetts? Is Boston starting to not like him? Like for real, or is that? I want to know if all this stuff is annoying to them.
When we get back, Dan Graziano, a couple things on the Bills' window. I don't think his comment about the Bills' window is incorrect. I think his comment about like what would happen if things don't go the right way might be off base. We'll get to that. Dan Graziano and the crew from Get Up talking Bills' window on the other side here on WGR. Brian Koziel on the Open Championship, and Ryan Fox gets the win. Brian, it's funny, like in a, I'm just going to say, like in a time of our lives where so much of sports is about rules, officials, and challenges, did golf go that way this weekend with the Bryson thing, and then also the Scotty ruling, which I feel like I should be able to use the Scotty ruling whenever I want now. We got to get to that in depth. Didn't find your ball? We just must assume that it's in a position where you get a free drop? How is that interpreted for Scotty Scheffler to almost come back and finish one stroke back? Yeah.
I mean, I'll start with the DeChambeau thing on, what would that be, on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously walking around in the fescue. in my opinion, I'll on the rule thing first. In my opinion, he should have been walking much more gingerly. I know in the end, the RNA said he unintentionally improved his swing path. Obviously, DeChambeau disagreed that he did anything wrong because he was out there very, very animated. The whole thing reminded me of waiting for a goaltender interference penalty in the NHL. It just took way too long. It was over an hour before they finally decided that he was officially going to get the 2-stroke penalty. And what Bryson did out there, whether he knew what he was doing or not, I know. I talked with Jeff Meadis. I've asked a couple of golf pros, just texting them in a group text, like, "Hey, what do you think there?" And they're like, "Look, he knew where he was stepping." So some of those people kind of that know the rules really well has kind of said, like, look, he knows that by him stepping around, like, what possibly could be happening there. So I'll even give him a little benefit of the doubt and say, well, maybe officially he thought he was clear with his swing path. To me, what I had a bigger problem with Bryson is the I might not play tomorrow kind of stance. Like, look, everybody gets bad calls in sports. I mean, if Josh Allen gets called for an intentional grounding he disagrees with, is he not coming out for the second half?
Right.
Like, come on, ridiculous. Like, stop. Like, it's ridiculous. The video itself, there was enough there. And the thing about golf, everybody says, like, it's honorable. You take the rules. You do all these sort of things that you want to protect the field. Like, okay, you disagreed with it. All right, but they're going to give it to you anyway, it looks like. And he's out there putting on a theatrical performance. I hated that. It took way too long. And now they don't have tea times for the next day. There's all these volunteers still there. Like, that to me just was not necessary. And then I might not play tomorrow. And then he's not talking to the media about it. He had a chance to kind of tell his side and maybe become a sympathetic figure a little in some sense if fans maybe wanted to take his side. But because he didn't talk a whole week, nobody really knew what his side of the story was. So I didn't think he handled that very well, regardless of whether or not you thought he actually improved his swing path or not.
The World Cup has come to a close as Spain defeated Argentina 1-0. The final standings, Spain first, Argentina second, and England at third after their 6-4 win over France in the third place match over the weekend. An eventful weekend in the PGA as well as the Open Championship. Ryan Fox won the tournament with a total score of 10 under par. Training camp just 9 days away for the Bills. Around the NFL, Bleacher Report's James Palmer reports Aaron Donald is putting himself through football workouts to determine if he's in shape to return this season. Mekhi Lemon, who's been dealing with a hamstring injury this offseason, said he'll be 100% ready to go for the start of training camp. And the Athletic's Matt Schneiderman said Tucker Kraft, dealing with the knee injury, wouldn't divulge his plans for participation early in camp when asked about them over the weekend. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the White Sox 3-0. 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the Dodgers 2-1. The Red Sox are on a 13-game win streak. They beat Tampa 6-1. They're 2 games over 500 now in the season. And the Mets, they beat the Phillies 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
think it reflects the reality of where the Bills are, which is they were in the second round of the playoffs last year and their coach got fired. Highly successful head coach who'd been there for 9 years and reestablished the program as one of the better ones in the league. So Deion Dawkins is sitting there articulating that. Like, no one's safe. No one should feel safe if that can happen. They are at I would say they're toward the back end of a window. They'll have a window as long as Josh Allen is there. But this group that has been close so many times knows that it probably has less time in front of it than behind it. And Deion Dawkins is articulating a sense of urgency that I think is going to drive the Buffalo Bills all year.
Does that?
Dan Graziano on ESPN. He said the famed word. He said the W word, window.
We don't like the W word.
People get up in arms about the W word. Is anything he said there about the window wrong? Any of it? Back end of a window, while also acknowledging the window's always open with Josh Allen. But he's talking about players like Dawkins.
That's the only thing I would say is you don't know how long the window is, so like it could be at the back end of the window. But also, what's the back end? Are we starting on the back end?
Sure.
Because it's not like he's at the end.
Again, he's not even talking about Josh.
Right.
He's talking about the rest of the team, and they did just kind of start a new build here with a new head coach. But if I were to list the veterans on this team, there'd be a group where you might wonder, like, is this the last ride, last 3 years for a couple of these guys? It's an ever-changing window. The other part of it, though, like, even if you were to say they're at the back end of an Allen window, I'm 47. I'm in the back end of my 40s. There are still multiple years left in that decade of my life, in theory. But like, if you could be a time traveler and go back to Allen's rookie season and say, which is 2018, 8 years from now, you're still going to be hunting it. That version of you would say 8 years in, we're still looking. Like, how many years do we have left? Mm-hmm. Maybe it's 6, maybe it's 7, maybe it's 8. So,
or maybe it's 4.
Right.
Or 3.
Maybe are people too quick to talk windows?
Yes.
Maybe, sure. But it can also be a little bit sensitive where you don't want to hear that it's closing. But every single year gone by is a year that you didn't do it. And I think that Dan Graziano's talking about the sense of urgency. The other part about that he said there that I don't necessarily agree with, and this is what I wouldn't mind talking to people, that no one is safe. Who does that apply to? I don't think it applies to anybody. Outside of, Deion Dawkins, if he doesn't have a good year, could he be a cap casualty? Sure. Mm-hmm. If Josh Palmer doesn't produce, if Keon Coleman...
But those guys don't rate, like on the level that he means.
Yeah, like nobody's...
He's talking about the coach and GM, I think.
Right, in which case, I don't think that there's any chance...
No.
Hand up was wrong about McDermott. I thought there was no chance McDermott was on the hot seat. We would talk about it every year, and I would say I think there's no chance he's on the hot seat. I thought, there might be a rift between the coach and the GM, but I don't think there's any chance that the coach is going to get fired. And then he did. So, ready to be wrong again. But does anybody really think that Beane's on the hot seat? That Beane and Brady have a short window to get this done? I guess it's possible if there are 2 years. The shortest time frame I might give it, Joe, would be 2 years, and they don't make it out of the wild card round. To me, that's it.
Yeah.
Where the owner could look at it and say, we've gone backwards for 2 years. Other than that, I've got the defensive coordinator kind of openly, honestly saying the vision might not appear in year 1. If the vision doesn't appear in year 1, then you're waiting for year 2 for that vision. I think they could win the whole thing this year. I think they could win the whole thing next year. Things got to go right for them. Things can come together. But if it goes poorly, I do not see a scenario where it's like nobody is safe, like Dan Graziano says.
No, I think it would have to be an outright catastrophe that it seems impossible. Like, they win 6 games and miss the play. They have the year that the Chiefs just had. Does that even...
Does Allen get hurt for that?
And that is
he would have to be hurt, right?
I don't know. The Chiefs, Mahomes didn't get hurt until they were eliminated.
That's right.
How'd they do that? They went 1-9 in one-score games. They have a year like that where they just lose all their one-score games, all their close games, just go against them, and they miss the playoffs and win like 6 or 7 games. I'm not even sure if that happened. I feel like if that happened, maybe you would have to qualify it as nobody is safe and that something could happen. But
maybe
amongst
the fans. Maybe that's amongst the fans. If I'm the owner of the team, don't I? You just gave some of the examples. Doesn't the owner look at if that happens, which I don't think anybody's expecting?
No.
Hey, that happened to Cincinnati. That happened to Baltimore. That happened to Kansas City. That happened to the Chargers. Like, that happens to great teams. This is the one team that has not yet happened to.
No, but part of that is, and again, knock on wood, the start for this conversation is when that happens to Cincinnati, when that happens to Baltimore, that happens because their quarterbacks get hurt. The Chiefs' year was even more weird because their quarterback didn't get hurt until it was already over. Like, they were dead when he got hurt. And that's part of why the Bills haven't even been near that, is Allen has been more sturdy than those guys. So they haven't had – I'm not –
Do we have to knock on wood? Can we pass a law that we don't have to knock on wood?
It's just understood that we are
There's always
mentally
knocking on wood. Yeah.
But, like, really, that's true. Like, when the Bengals and Ravens have bad years, it's because their quarterbacks got hurt. And the Bills and us, we're lucky that Allen has been sturdy like he has been, and hope that he continues to. The Mahomes Chiefs year that just happened was not because of injury, so it can happen, but it would be a combination of your defense is horrible and you lose all your one-score games. If that happened, I think it's possible somebody gets fired, but that is like such an outlier type of season that feels. It's like less than 1% maybe that could actually happen. Anything else, they lose in the wild card round. They lose in the divisional round again in a similar fashion to the way they've lost. The defense is terrible, and they win 11 games, and they just don't make it to the AFC Championship game. Nobody's getting fired, right? Why would somebody be getting fired?
I think it'd be right. You never want to take it off the table. There have been one-and-done coaches in the NFL, but one-and-done coaches usually come from a team that makes a change when they were bad, and they look
win like one game.
They look even more hapless.
Yeah.
This team, I think a lot of Bills fans would think they have a built-in, and maybe this is a feeling of entitlement because of what Josh Allen does for them, but don't you feel like they have 9 wins, even against a tough schedule? Like, they're just built in.
Yes. I do.
The roster's good enough. The quarterback is great.
Yeah.
Like,
built in. This quarterback, I think if you had the worst roster in football around him, I'm still like, you're a 9-win team. Like, that's how much respect I want to give him.
I might get to like 6. If you're the worst roster in football, I
think they'd win 9 games.
Maybe. How bad is the defense? How bad is the line in that scenario?
I think, though, the window conversation is more appropriate now than it was 2 years ago. It was way too quick when it first started. The window closing, too, by the way. It wasn't just a talk about, like, oh, how long do they have? It was about that, oh, no, it's already closing. When Allen was, like, 28 years old?
Yeah.
Like, what? Are we kidding? Like, if you want to have the conversation about how long it is, I'm not ready to say it's closing at all. But how long will it be? Like, if you look at historical precedent, there have been 11 quarterbacks that have won their first Super Bowl between the ages of 30 and 34. Like that, you're squarely in your window still. You got 5 years. You got 5 years where things could happen, but you should be expecting for how good he is that you can still be where you are and have been during that time period. Elway is the only guy beyond that.
Beyond 34.
Unitas won his first Super Bowl after, but it's because he didn't play in the Super Bowl in his first 10 years because there wasn't one. So it's Elway. Like, you want to go beyond that? There's one guy that has really been able to do it. Otherwise, like, this 5-year window is the window.
I guess I would ask, I've got 2 things here. Why would I care about it being the guy's first? If Tom Brady can win it at 38, why can't my guy win it at 38? Right? First-time winners only.
Mm-hmm.
If he was good enough to win one before, but just didn't because of the defense, the coach, a coin toss, whatever. If he's good enough to win it then, isn't he good enough to win it at 38, even though it would be his first?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's one thing I'd want to pull out of there.
That's true. And the only guys for that would be, Brady and then, like, Peyton Manning, but that was kind of a
But those are all-time greats who were good enough to win it pretty much their entire career. And
they had won it before.
Right, and while Allen doesn't have one, I'd want to put him in the category of good enough to win it.
Yep.
And not very many would dispute that. I mean, on the internet, I'm sure you could find people to dispute that.
Oh, there have been some social media takes the last couple of days.
The other part of the window conversation, by the way, 803-0550. Give us a call. Let's fire this up 9 days before we start training camp about like the window, the pressure, and the idea that like people aren't safe. They just had a gutted offseason. Mm-hmm. So the secondary part of it for me, as we wait for your phone calls at 803-0550, the window closing conversation can only be had if you're going to make the second part of that, which is whose window opens instead, right? Mm-hmm. And for that, Mahomes' window's not closing. Burrow's window's not closing. Lamar, maybe because of how he has difficulty staying healthy, but are any of these other guys, is Justin Herbert's window closing? His might just be opening because he's got a really good offensive coordinator. There's one name in here, and that's Drake May. Like Drake May is here, and Drake May's window begins to open here. This might be the first year people had the expectation that May will have to be this good after last year having a great season with a couple of, asterisks, if you will, about the schedule. May makes Allen's life more difficult, no doubt. It's harder to win the division. The Bills had a period where it might have been easier, and now it might be more difficult. But that doesn't mean that their window is closed. Teams win Super Bowls from the wild card. It happens, right?
Yeah.
So
yep.
It's more difficult. It's more challenging. Sure, I'll buy that. But how many quarterbacks in the NFL would be described as having the open window to win? Allen, May, Burrow.
Lamar, Mahomes.
Herbert, Stafford.
There's a Chargers thing that is going to make me
we're going to leave the Chargers out. Stafford for sure.
Stafford.
I guess I have to include Darnold here because he just won it.
Yep.
Is Jalen Hurts?
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love.
Jared Goff.
Okay.
You get to like 10 guys. Brock Purdy. You want to throw him in? There's
okay.
like 10 guys.
Yeah. That's about it. Caleb Williams, maybe we get to a spot this year.
I would put him in there.
Where we think he's in that mix too.
Yep.
I don't know if Jaden Daniels gets in. It's to stay healthy. Like, availability is such a big part here of all of this. And, is all these, it's ranking season, how is this player over this player? Like, Allen's durability is it's a real point. He plays through everything. He never lets on that he is hurt. Right. You don't find out about it until it's the second quarter of a game. They zoom in and it's like, actually, he's got a cast on that hand.
Right.
Because otherwise you never hear about it.
Right.
So, I don't know.
No, that is important because that is what prevents you from having these cataclysmic seasons where you can't be competitive, where you can't make the playoffs. It happens all around the league. The Washington Commanders were they went as far as the Bills did 2 years ago. As far as Allen's Bills have been, the Commanders went 2 years ago. What happened last year? The quarterback couldn't stay on the field, and were they like a 5-win team?
Yeah.
They were horrible. The Bills don't have that happen to them. And maybe you want to give them a little bit of credit as they've built him a better line in the last couple of years, and I guess the run game piece of it, but I don't know, the run game piece of it and not having weapons has made him throw the ball or run the ball more and also get hit in the backfield more. We just watched him take a career high in sacks. So that's a piece of this too. Like, you want to keep him upright and you want to keep him on the field because that's how you have that bad year where someone could maybe get fired. I think otherwise, the talk of like how long their window is open, he has not shown any decline that makes me think that it's approaching. I would even get there on Mahomes or Jackson just because they've had severe injuries. That's it. Like, I would get there on the Chiefs before I would get there on the Bills because the quarterback had a knee injury and the age of the coach and the age of his number one weapon. That's it. I'm not telling you their window's closing either, but if we really wanted to compare the two, who's closer? Throw in their defensive coordinator, who's been this mastermind in the playoffs, is also, 70 years old. Like, everything around that guy is older or a little bit more brittle than it is here. So I don't think there's any reason to think it's closing. But isn't the point that they should have an urgency to them?
Yeah, and I think that they do. This all stems from Dan Graziano.
Why they fire the head coach.
Right, reacting to Deion Dawkins' comments that are like, kill or be killed. Everybody's got to be better. If we're not number one individually, then I can be better. McGovern's got to be better. Knox, Kincaid. Like, Dawkins is referencing other players on the team as like needing to be better. And that's where Graziano jumps in on like the idea that this is, what you're hearing from him is The pressure to get it done while the window for players like him is maybe the back end.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. 9 days away from the start of training camp at St. John Fisher, where we'll get all the training camp stuff.
Do we ever figure out like a training camp fantasy football idea or something? We got to get a game together for training camp.
What can the game be? What can we draft?
I mean, I feel like you got to be drafting the guys on the team, right?
Yep.
Unless we want to draft the unknown. Like, every year you got a guy. It was Shavers a couple of years ago. Who was it last year? It was Wilkerson? Was there a Wilkerson?
Last year's Christian Wilkerson also.
Wilkerson.
Who I would maintain is a gamer. He also wore 32 at training camp.
Is that the only reason you really actually liked him?
No, he's a gamer. Go look at his stats.
He's a gamer?
He's a gamer. He's played like 3 NFL games and is, I think, caught touchdowns in all of them or 3 out of 4. Like the guy,
he has 3 touchdowns and 2 career starts.
That sounds like it sounds like a gamer to me.
I can get there on that.
Who's he going to be? Who's most likely to be this year's training camp love affair?
There'll be a running back or a receiver that everybody falls for, right? Maybe Jamori Macklin is that guy this year.
Who?
He's on the roster. Mac Delana, could be guys that pop in, make a play.
Ben Van Summeren, the fullback. Drafting the training camp darling. That'll be open to interpretation. We'd almost have to have a team, and then afterwards the tribunals are like, all right, who was it? Who was the training camp darling now that it's ended? Last year, Shavers for sure. And he made the team.
Well, Shavers was multiple years in a row.
Yes.
Right?
Worthy.
Because he was practice squad.
A very worthy training camp darling.
A bunch of times. How about Max Tomczak?
Who's that?
That's a receiver. They have 2 82s listed here. Mac Delena and Max Tomczak. One of those guys can't wear 82. Someone's going to go back to 32, maybe. Quentin Skinner. It's going to be the receivers. Jalen Virgil, we know him a little bit. There's a lot of receivers here at the bottom of the list. Bruto Fina. That's a lineman.
This is how you know the Bills' receiver room is actually in better shape, because the receivers after the top 6, instead of being a laundry list of second-rounders that you've heard of, are actually just regular, normal camp bodies.
That is so true. Like, not having to go into camp and having my fingers crossed that, like, I hope KJ Hamler is good enough in camp to make the team, or Andy Isabella. Right, like this year, there's none of that.
It's just a hierarchy.
Like,
you kind of know who the guys are.
Like, we pretty much know who's making the team outside maybe like one spot, which could even just be a special team spot. Like, McCole Hardman makes it, or Trent Sherfield. So, yeah, there's not. That's probably true, right? Like, there's less opportunity this year than the past 2 years for a depth receiver to just make the team outright. I think that has to be true about them.
Very unlikely, it would seem. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. It is getting to best shape of their career season.
Yes.
And first in the clubhouse is Deebo Samuel. I saw a report.
Not even on a team.
I know, but he's in the best shape of his career.
I've
already seen a report that Deebo Samuel might be in the best shape of his career.
Okay.
He's got to get on a team. Diggs has to get on a team, too.
He has multiple civil lawsuits going on right now, though, that also might be holding teams back from doing anything. I guess he's been cleared of NFL discipline, though, so I don't know what's going on there. There was a Rams rumor, wasn't there, like right after they traded for Myles Garrett, and there was talk that maybe he would go home, which would be not Baltimore, be the Commanders for him. But everyone's expecting the Commanders to sign a veteran receiver. I think that's what, because it was supposed to be Brandon Ayuk. And I don't think that's happening now.
No, doesn't seem like it.
So, is it end up being Diggs or who? But he'll play football this year, won't he?
I think so.
He did have 1,000 yards a year ago, and he's not getting suspended. Like, somebody signs that guy. But there's a lot of those guys. Tyreek Hill is still not on a team.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned Deebo. Like, there's a lot of veteran Brandon Cooks, if you want to go really far down the list, that are not with anybody at the moment. DeAndre Hopkins, I don't think, is on a team.
The other big story from the weekend in the NFL was Cam Scatabo doing a backflip on stage at an event. The guy who's recovering from a horribly broken leg
Yeah.
And he just
he did not complete the backflip.
No, he fell, but got up. And he says, I've been doing backflips since I was like 4 years old. It's natural to me. And he said, I'm going to address the elephant. This was with Sirius XM's The Fantasy Footballers. I'm going to address the elephant. I will not hurt myself before the season. What happened was, I don't know if you guys know, WWE or not, those floors are bouncy. So when I took off, I was midair like, holy cow, I'm not going to land this. I'm way too high. Landed, it had too much cushion. It wasn't a stiff, firm ground. So that's why I kind of went back, safely landed, got back up, was good to go. Nothing came out. We're good.
His injury was a tibia fracture and a right ankle dislocation.
Yeah, it was nasty.
And he's doing backflips.
You'd feel pretty good. If you saw him do backflips, you'd feel pretty good. Like,
but,
hey.
No, but he didn't complete it. He said, naturally, I've been doing this since I was 4, and then you couldn't do it.
It's because of the floor. He said it was a bouncy floor. He was too high up in the air.
But I don't
he
want
was
him
expecting a regular floor.
Yeah, I don't know that guy's going to play very long in the NFL. He's kind of a... What's the meme of the monster that runs through the brick wall and just falls over? That's Cam Scatterbo.
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut. Yeah. He's been in WWE events going head first. Like he is he's crazy.
The videos of this kid, he used to just bang his head against a brick wall before his college games.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's nuts.
He's nuts. And I don't know. Someone's just got to get a hold of him. Be like, hey, listen, like maybe we turn it down a little bit from 11 while you're recovering from this injury. Maybe in a year, if everything goes well, you want to be this way, go ahead. But like maybe less backflips while you're recovering from the right ankle dislocation and broken leg.
This article at NFL.com, he was asked about his wild maniac moniker he's been tabbed with, like he's a maniac.
Okay.
He says, quote, I totally enjoy that part. I think I less enjoy the brain dead kind of guy, but it is what it is. He doesn't want you to call him an idiot without a brain. He wants you to know that he's just a maniac.
Right.
He's not brain dead. He's just a maniac. If they want to say I'm brain dead and I don't have no brain, then who cares? Bleep it.
I don't have no brain.
There you go. That's the quote. Put it on a shirt for Cam Scatterbo. If they want to say I'm brain dead and I don't have no brain, then who cares? All right, get a shirt. 803-0550. Football season 9 days away. Bills rookies report tomorrow. That's exciting. Rookie expectations. The class comes in chock full of talent. They drafted a bunch of guys.
And some teams the Seahawks are already there, right?
The Niners are already in camp. You've got several teams where the rookies are already in.
Yep.
Are we giving tickets away? Do it right now? Yeah, let's do it. All right. All week long, we have tickets to see Nate Bargatze at KeyBank Center.
Nice.
August 2nd, the Big Dumb Eyes World Tour, August 2nd at KeyBank Center, 7 p.m. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Be caller 5 to 716-221-4WGR. Caller 5 wins a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze on August 2nd at KeyBank Center. So good luck. The other part about that he said there that I don't necessarily agree with, and this is what I wouldn't mind talking to people, that no one is safe. Who does that apply to? I don't think it applies to anybody. Outside of, Deion Dawkins, if he doesn't have a good year, could he be a cap casualty? Sure. Mm-hmm. If Josh Palmer doesn't produce, if Keon Coleman...
But those guys don't rate, on the level that he means.
Yeah, nobody's...
He's talking about the coach and GM, I think.
Right, in which case, I don't think that there's any chance...
No.
Hand up was wrong about McDermott. I thought there was no chance McDermott was on the hot seat. We would talk about it every year, and I would say I think there's no chance he's on the hot seat. I thought, there might be a rift between the coach and the GM, but I don't think there's any chance that the coach is going to get fired. And then he did. So, ready to be wrong again. But does anybody really think that Beane's on the hot seat? That Beane and Brady have a short window to get this done? I guess it's possible if there are 2 years. The shortest time frame I might give it, Joe, would be 2 years and they don't make it out of the wild card round. To me, that's it.
Yeah.
Where the owner could look at it and say, we've gone backwards for 2 years. Other than that, I've got the defensive coordinator kind of openly, honestly saying the vision might not appear in year one. If the vision doesn't appear in year one, then you're waiting for year 2 for that vision. I think they could win the whole thing this year. I think they could win the whole thing next year. Things got to go right for them. Things can come together. But if it goes poorly, I do not see a scenario where it's like nobody is safe, like Dan Graziano says.
No, I think it would have to be an outright catastrophe that it seems impossible. Like, they win 6 games and miss the play. They have the year that the Chiefs just had. Does that even...
Does Allen get hurt for that?
And that is
he would
what?
have to be hurt, right?
I mean, the Chiefs, Mahomes didn't get hurt until they were eliminated.
That's right.
How'd they do that? They went 1-9 in one-score games. They have a year like that where they just lose all their one-score games, all their close games, just go against them, and they miss the playoffs and win like 6 or 7 games. I'm not even sure if that happened. I mean, I feel like if that happened, maybe you would have to qualify it as nobody is safe and that something could happen.
In our YouTube chat, Trevor points out that Pro Football Talk wrote an article that this is making the case for a third-place game in the NFL.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No.
It's absolutely not. It's once every 4 years they do this. They probably might eliminate the third-place game at some point.
Yeah.
But no, it is not making the case for a third-place game.
And I can't think of a sport in North American sports that really...
Where would a third-place game be a good idea? Any level of sport. You get it in hockey because there's a medal, right? Any Olympic event where there's a bronze medal game, okay. And here, what's it for? I even saw the difference in prize money between the third and the fourth place, like $20,000 for the team.
Okay, I thought I saw it was $2 million.
Oh,
it was like $29 million for third and $27 million for third.
Maybe $200,000 per player or whatever.
Yeah.
Like $50,000. It's before 7. The math doesn't count. Right, so it's not even like they were playing for a check because they're all getting the check by making the Final Four. But
right,
like try to make the case for a third place game. Where is it? It's definitely not. Oh, we should have seen the Jarrett Stidham Broncos play against the Rams.
Yeah,
no, that's not a thing that should have happened.
No,
last year, or the Bills should have played. Who would it have been? The Eagles beat
Washington.
There you go. Bills Commanders. Was it really Washington?
Yeah, I
guess you're right. I guess it was. I mean, if they played, I would watch the game. But it's very difficult because
would they try though? And would they try? Would they play anybody?
No, I would not want Josh Allen.
Allen doesn't play in that game.
That's right. That's right.
So at that point, it's already dead on arrival.
The World Cup has come to a close as Spain defeated Argentina 1-0 yesterday in the final. Final standings, Spain at 1, Argentina at 2, and England at 3rd after their 6-4 win over France in the third-place match over the weekend. An eventful weekend at the PGA as well at the Open Championship. Ryan Fox won the tournament with a total score of 10 under par. Training camp just 9 days away for the Bills around the NFL. Bleacher Report's James Palmer reports Aaron Donald is putting himself through football workouts to determine if he's in shape to return this season. The Athletics' Matt Schneidman said Tucker Kraft, dealing with the knee injury, wouldn't divulge his plans for participation early in camp. And Mekhi Lemon, dealing with the hamstring injury, said he'll be 100% ready to go for the start of training camp. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the White Sox 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the Dodgers 2-1. The Red Sox, they're on a 13-game win streak. They beat Tampa 6-1. They're 2 games over 500 now on the season. And the Mets, they beat the Phillies 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
The offseason has been going very well. The body is getting way, way, way better. I'm in a much better place. So I'm looking forward to training camp, looking forward to having a healthy season.
That's Josh Palmer, who was at MafiaCon, speaking with Trainwreck Sports. Did not get a chance to go to MafiaCon. Looked like a great time.
Yep.
Everybody out there, the Mafia hanging out.
Bunch of Bills players showed up,
yeah,
including Palmer, obviously.
Including Josh Palmer, yeah.
Yeah, he was not participating really at minicamp, right?
There were times where he was, yes, off to the side, trying to get. We'll see. Like, in 9 days, is anybody working on an injury? Are we watching? What's Michael Hoyt's status? He's like top of the list, and guys, you're waiting to see how good they look, how ready they look, what his timeline might be. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe here in WGR. The Open Championship goes to Ryan Fox. I've seen video of him stowing the claret jug in the overhead bin of the flight home.
Yes.
Gotta love that. And Spain beats Argentina in the World Cup final. And we talked last segment a little about the Bills, if you want to jump in on that.
Kind of reminded me of when the Chiefs made the Super Bowl and got destroyed.
Yeah.
Like, hey, kind of think they're not maybe as good as they normally are.
Yeah.
But, they've got this magic thing that's going on about them. And, now they played the great team, and look what happened.
Yeah.
They got smoked. The way that you might have thought a team that needed desperation against Egypt and Cabo Verde might have needed when they played Spain.
Yep.
Or might have looked like when they played Spain.
Totally overmatched.
Yeah.
One fun thing about the World Cup. I want to do a crossover conversation here.
Okay.
So the whole tournament has been about Messi, Haaland, Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham, Mbappe.
Mbappe was incredible.
The Golden Boot race. And then there's the Ballon d'Or. There's the best player.
Yep.
And who won that? A guy who got mentioned how many times in the last month? Rodri wins it. How many times? How many times did you hear him mentioned in the last month?
Not many.
Not at all.
I really didn't even think about him until this morning where I saw he was only the fourth player ever to win Champions League, World Cup, Ballon d'Or, and Euro maybe is the other one. There's a list of the only people that have ever done it. It's like Pele, three other legends, and then it's Rodri.
Yeah. He never loses.
Well, he plays for Manchester City also, which
it's that, and in international, he never loses. When he plays, his teams do not lose. He had a 74-match unbeaten streak. This is like if you did midfielder. 74 consecutive games that his teams did not lose. He never loses. Who is that? I'm trying to think. For anybody that watched the World Cup, you're like, oh, who's that guy? They named him the best player. If you're like a fringe soccer fan.
Yeah.
I only know him because if he's on the field and you're playing against him, your team is not going to win. Book it. It's nuts. And again, his record at Manchester City, you say that. When he leaves, they lose.
Yeah.
They do lose. Is it like Hedman winning the Conn Smythe? I mean, he scored 10 goals that playoffs. But, who is – it's not quite unsung hero because people do know, of course, who this person is and how great he is. He's an all-time great. But it's not a headline grabber the way that, your Messi or your Haaland is. He just runs the game from the middle. And sometimes players like that get the credit they're due, but other times just I don't want to say Joe Thomas because Joe Thomas played for bad teams, right? But Joe Thomas was the best ever.
Yeah.
And didn't maybe get all the credit that he should have because he's on a bad team.
Yep. By the way, quick correction. So the Ballon d'Or is awarded in October. That was the Golden Ball he won yesterday, right?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. Because the Ballon d'Or is with everything. That's your club team, international.
Yes.
But he won Golden Ball, which was MVP of the tournament.
Yes.
But same point, right? He was not mentioned for that award.
Best player.
I would have thought Yamal didn't really play. He was coming in with an injury. He was the superstar for Spain coming in. Yamin Lamal. And he didn't really.
He had a free kick that looked pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he played good. He played fine.
Sure, but he didn't score a bunch of goals.
No, he didn't. Yeah, this dude does really go. Who is that in sports? That is
Yamal scored 1 goal in the tournament.
All right.
Who's the most? Again, like
kind of wherever he goes to, like you almost want like more than one stop.
Win all the time. Here's one for you. Is he Barkov? Alexander Barkov? Like Barkov is incredible. He's not ever getting the McDavid love.
I see. Okay.
You know what I mean? Just like
he
runs the game, and if he's on the ice, like why did Florida have a bad year? Was it entirely because Barkov wasn't available?
Probably.
Like
he didn't play a game.
He runs the sport. If he's on the ice, he runs the sport.
He did play in the World Championships and they won the gold medal. But he did not play for the Panthers. That's pretty good. I almost want a guy though that's like done it in multiple places. I guess I don't need to force that because the Barkov point is right where like he's not. If I were to go through like, who are the best centers in hockey? I might not think of to mention Barkov, even though he probably should be listed in like the top 5. Mm-hmm. But he's not flashy, right? Because a lot of what he does is defensive and stuff that might not appear on a highlight reel. He's not the fastest guy in the league, but he's one of the most effective. So that would be pretty good for that.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us if you'd like to. It's over. What do we watch now? Training camp? Baseball. We watch baseball.
Yeah, we gotta wait till
training
camp.
We watch for LeBron's decision.
We're still waiting on that.
Still waiting.
The commissioner put pressure on him. Like, we got to make the schedule here. Come on.
How about openly admitting they cannot release the schedule till they know where LeBron's going to go?
And I saw a report that LeBron doesn't care about that. He's like, I'm not my timeline not being affected because the commissioner is like, you're holding us hostage. We can't release the schedule until you have made your decision. I mean, he's the guy who wins everywhere, but he, of course, gets, the limelight in a way that Rodri doesn't. Is there a football guy that, like, doesn't matter where he went, he, like, always won?
Charles Haley.
Charles Haley?
That's one. It's before your time, probably.
Like Asante Samuel. Maybe.
Fred Warner. Is Rodri Fred Warner? Anyway.
He's better than that. Well, no, Fred Warner's the best at his position in the league. There was a little bit of outrage I saw that anybody had him as the 4th best linebacker in football when that list came out last week by Jeremy Fowler.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it was a good time had by all. We learned a lot.
The tournament was so much better than the final.
Sure, the final was a machine team shutting down a team that was kind of an upstart that probably shouldn't have been there because they hadn't led the 90th minute of any knockout stage game.
Yeah.
Like it really is the Chiefs of that year when they lost to the Eagles. We're like, I swear they're just not that good. They're just not that good. And here are the Bills losing to the Chiefs, like England losing to Argentina, watching the final and being like, I knew they weren't that good. Mm-hmm. How did we let them off the hook? Everybody knew the Chiefs were not that good.
England, to go back to Argentina, reminded me of the Chiefs of a couple of years ago where they had all this magic and they probably weren't as good as they normally are, and then they got to the championship and they got smoked like the Chiefs did to the Eagles. The Bills in this hypothetical would be England.
Yes.
Where like
they had
you're watching them in the final get romped.
Hold on.
And you're like, how did we let them get there?
And
we were the ones, we were the good ones they played, and we couldn't do it.
And how did they let them get there? They had the ball and the lead in the 4th quarter and got stopped on a quarterback sneak. Stopped, in finger quotes.
Yeah, some people.
They had the ball and the lead. It's fine.
Is that should be one of it can't be because 13 seconds exists.
Right, 13 seconds is, of course, more dramatic, but having the ball and the lead in the AFC Championship
against
game
a Chiefs team that we all knew was
not
as good as normal Chiefs teams.
Right, and like
all knew it.
If you want to go all the way back, were they conservative offensively because of X? You decide why they were a little conservative offensively because they had to be. Because their defense was, of course, playing without Christian Benford.
Yeah,
out there with DeMar Hamlin and Kyer Elam in coverage.
Yeah, right. Benford gets hurt the first drive, first play. It was immediate, wasn't it?
Because he had a concussion the week before, and he was back, and was right back out.
Isn't that a part of the reason why
we need football? We need a new season. We need a new season back because one of the symptoms of waiting for the season is remembering old seasons, and we gotta just stop doing that.
All right,
we gotta stop doing that.
I thought to go back before training camp starts and watch they have the condensed 20-minute games for all NFL games. Just go back and watch all of those from the Bill season last year, because I'm sure that there's a lot of forgotten moments by everybody from last year's Bills regular season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when we were talking about the Atlanta game last week, I had gone back and watched part of that video and forgotten that Shaq Thompson had the ball in his hands and he could have just ran to the end zone to win a game that it feels like they got thoroughly beaten and they still could have been right there and won it. Start with the Ravens game. It's a fun one.
Yeah.
Although maybe skip the first 15 minutes of it.
We'll get a break in Nick Mendola to wrap the World Cup before we get out of here today. We've still got more than half the show left. You can join us at any point. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR.
I think, though, the window conversation is more appropriate now than it was 2 years ago. It was way too quick when it first started. The window closing, too, by the way. It wasn't just a talk about, how long do they have? It was about that, it's already closing. When Allen was, 28 years old.
Yeah.
What? Are we kidding? If you want to have the conversation about how long it is, I'm not ready to say it's closing at all. But how long will it be? If you look at historical precedent, there have been 11 quarterbacks that have won their first Super Bowl between the ages of 30 and 34. That, you're squarely in your window still. You got 5 years. You got 5 years where things could happen, but you should be expecting for how good he is that you can still be where you are and have been during that time period. Elway is the only guy beyond that.
Beyond 34.
Unitas won his first Super Bowl after, but it's because he didn't play in the Super Bowl in his first 10 years because there wasn't one. So it's Elway. You want to go beyond that? There's one guy that has really been able to do it. Otherwise, this 5-year window is the window.
I guess I would ask, I've got two things here. Why would I care about it being the guy's first? If Tom Brady can win it at 38, why can't my guy win it at 38? Right? First-time winners only.
Mm-hmm.
If he was good enough to win one before, but just didn't because of the defense, the coach, a coin toss, whatever. If he's good enough to win it then, isn't he good enough to win it at 38, even though it would be his first?
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I'd want to pull out of there.
That's true. And the only guys for that would be, Brady and then, Peyton Manning, but that was kind of a
But those are all-time greats who were good enough to win it pretty much their entire career. And
they had won it before.
Right, and while Allen doesn't have one, I'd want to put him in the category of good enough to win it.
Yep.
And not very many would dispute that. I mean, on the internet, I'm sure you could find people to dispute that.
Oh, there have been some social media takes the last couple days.
In our YouTube chat, Trevor points out that Pro Football Talk wrote an article that this is making the case for a third-place game in the NFL.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No.
It's absolutely not. It's once every 4 years they do this. They probably might eliminate the third-place game at some point.
Yeah.
But no, it is not making the case for a third-place game.
And I can't think of a sport in North American sports that really
Where would a third-place game be a good idea? Any level of sport, you get it in hockey because there's a medal, right? Any Olympic event where there's a bronze medal game, okay. And here, what's it for? I even saw the difference in prize money between the third and the fourth place, $20,000 for the team.
Okay, I thought I saw it was $2 million.
Oh,
it was like $29 million for third and $27 million for third.
Maybe $200,000 per player or whatever.
Yeah.
Like $50,000. It's before 7. The math doesn't count. Right. So it's not even like they were playing for a check because they're all getting the check by making the Final Four. But
right,
like try to make the case for a third place game. Where is it? It's definitely not. Oh, we should have seen the Jarrett Stidham Broncos play against the Rams.
Yeah.
No. That's not a thing that should have happened.
No.
Last year. Or the Bills should have played, who would it have been? The Eagles beat
Washington.
There you go. Bills Commanders. Was it really Washington?
Yeah,
I guess you're right. I guess it was. I mean, if they played, I would watch the game. But it's very difficult because
would they try though? And would they try? Would they play anybody?
No, I would not want Josh Allen.
Allen doesn't play in that game.
That's right. That's right.
So at that point, it's already dead on arrival.
I'll be honest, man, was when it finished.
Didn't enjoy it at all.
I like a lot of the matters, but I thought it was crap.
So miserable.
I couldn't understand a word Wayne said there. He did not like the halftime show, though. Also, Zlatan said this is his first and last time being on a panel. He's done.
Yeah. How could you not like the halftime show? Just a mosh of.
I was going to say, you had to like it because literally every single person ever to perform anywhere was in it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Someone you liked was there.
Madonna with Ronaldo and Ronaldinho at the beginning.
I know Shakira was there.
BTS. Ted Lasso introducing or subbing in Justin Bieber. The Muppets.
This is me nodding, saying, I definitely know who BTS is.
Animal on the drums. The Count. We had the Count dancing with Bieber at one point.
Not bad. How'd you like the pregame where Tom Cruise just gave a speech?
I got to the game right at it, so I missed the Tom Cruise speech.
You're just watching. Like, is the Tom Cruise just said?
What did he say?
He's just welcoming everyone to the theater of soccer
of the World Cup.
Just Tom Cruise.
30 days ago, 48 nations began a journey. They crossed oceans. They crossed borders. They crossed cultures. And together, they showed us why this game belongs to the world.
Usually, that's the kind of thing that NBC will put to, like, Eminem's Lose Yourself before a broadcast. Instead, they're like, let's have Tom Cruise just deliver it live.
Why was Tom Cruise chosen as the person of this? Is he like the spokesperson for America here?
Who better than Tom Cruise? The biggest movie star ever. Who better?
Come on. I mean, he's...
Biggest movie star ever.
Up there. He's number one?
Who's above him?
I don't know. Isn't there somebody from like the 50s that should be deserving of this?
Nope. The guy's still cranking out movies 40 years after he's putting out blockbusters.
True. That's good.
The biggest movie star ever. You don't even have a nominee yet.
Like Tom Hanks?
Nope.
He's spanning 40 years at this point.
Yeah, he's
more than that. Even.
He's animated now. Congratulations on a 5th Toy Story movie. Is he in this one?
I mean, I think Woody's in it, right?
Tom
Iconic.
Cruise.
He could do it all. Let's see Tom Cruise star in an animated movie.
I'm sure he has.
Yeah?
Yeah, probably.
Nothing comes to mind. Tom Cruise in a animated movie. He's above Robert Downey Jr.?
Yes. Right?
I like my Tom Hanks
Iron
nominee.
Man.
Who was?
Tom Cruise was almost Iron Man.
What, did he turn it down?
No, Jon Favreau pushed for Robert Downey Jr.
He was picked over.
The Marvel Universe is clouding this because of the Marvel Universe, I'm learning that Scarlett Johansson and Samuel L. Jackson are the highest-grossing actors in Hollywood history.
There you go, Samuel
heavily driven by the
Mace
Marvels.
Windu. Let's see Tom Cruise play Mace Windu
And
with
Scarlett
a purple
Johansson,
lightsaber.
she just did Jurassic World.
Yeah.
So she just crossed another big one.
Yeah, she's in the Jurassic stuff, too. That's right.
Tom Cruise has never appeared or done voice work for an animated movie.
Oh, good. He's too good for it.
He probably thinks it's below him.
Yeah, 100%.
That's exactly what it is.
That makes me like him less. Tom Hanks is an esteemed actor. He's like, I'll be Woody.
Please.
I'm in.
At imdb.com, the list goes as follows. Clark Gable.
That's my guy from the 50s, I'm assuming.
Katharine Hepburn.
Okay, there we go.
Audrey Hepburn.
Okay.
John Wayne.
Back-to-back Hepburns.
Humphrey Bogart. Tom Cruise.
De Niro? No
Not
De
even
Niro?
on Mount
Clint
Rushmore.
Eastwood is 8th. You want like modern? Marlon Brando 12th.
Meryl Streep.
Harrison Ford 16. Dustin Hoffman 19. Will Smith, Pacino, Redford.
Will Smith.
Who did you want here? DiCaprio's 25th.
Whoa.
Has Will Smith ever been in a movie that was even good?
I Am
He's
Legend.
been in a lot of movies.
I Am Legend is good.
It's good.
Will Smith's been in good movies.
It's the best movie Will Smith's been in.
I see him in a lot of movies. I'm not sure I like any of them. Hitch.
Wow, what a pull that is. Hitch.
What is he in?
Bad Boys.
Oh, okay, there we go.
The saga there, yeah.
Independence Day.
Independence Day.
Listen,
Men in Black.
Could Tom Cruise punch an alien and say, "Welcome to Earth"?
Probably not.
Enemy of the State's pretty good.
Enemy of the State's good. Yeah.
These can't be the movies being discussed in a discussion about who the greatest movie star of all time is.
I mean, he was in the Ali movie as well. That
Ali's
was pretty well
good.
received.
The Ali movie was good.
But yeah,
all I know is you gave me a list where Tom Cruise would have even been on Mount Rushmore. He's not in the top 4.
right, but the top 4 are all people from the 40s.
Yeah,
All right.
So we're talking Leafs cups there.
right.
Congratulations on
Maybe
the cups.
even Montreal Cups.
Yeah, really, way back.
The OG Montreal Cups.
So what's the modern list then? He's number 1 on the modern list.
I mean, of anybody I just listed, he beats everybody out.
When do I not count things? So Marlon Brando doesn't count? The Godfather is too old?
Okay, you can count him. He's below Tom Cruise.
He's
12th.
Yeah.
12th.
Behind Charles Chaplin. You want Charles? What do you feel about that?
No,
It feels like the power weight of these older guys seems out of whack on this
Little
list
bit.
to me.
This is just like
Marlon
25 biggest
Brando.
movie stars of all time created by somebody at the IMDb site 9 years ago.
Well, good for them.
I bet Cruise is up since then. I also don't know why
what's he made since then? Top Gun Maverick, right?
Yeah.
Mission
Five more Mission
One more,
Impossibles.
yeah,
He's
right.
got a new movie coming out again.
Digger was the thing
That's
he was
the new one.
promoting yesterday.
Where's The Rock fit in this?
Oh,
Because
no.
I'm only saying that because I saw Tom Cruise on the field was reminiscent of The Rock doing that at SoFi before a Super
Right.
Bowl. Like, hey, everybody, look, it's The Rock.
Mm-hmm. The
All
Rock
right.
recently played a live-action version of his animated character.
All right, let's get stupid real quick. How come sporting events don't have hosts the way that like the Oscars do, bringing us in and out of breaks? Here's Tom Cruise. He's hosting the Super Bowl this year.
That'd be cool.
Welcome back. It's
get a
7-0 Chiefs.
You get a monologue at the start of it?
I mean, he did for the World Cup.
It's true.
Eager to see the rating for that game, too. 803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Brian Koziel on the Open Championship, and Ryan Fox gets the win. Brian, it's funny, like in a, I'm just going to say, like in a time of our lives where so much of sports is about rules officials and challenges, did golf go that way this weekend with the Bryson thing, and then also the Scotty ruling, which I feel like I should be able to use the Scotty ruling whenever I want now. We got to get to that in depth. Didn't find your ball? We just must assume that it's in a position where you get a free drop? How is that interpreted for Scotty Scheffler to almost come back and finish one stroke back?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with the DeChambeau thing on, what would that be, on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously walking around in the fescue. In my opinion, I'll on the rule thing first. In my opinion, he should have been walking much more gingerly. I know in the end, the RNA said he unintentionally improved his swing path.
Jeremy, what here for?
DeChambeau
AAA
disagreed that he did anything wrong because he was out there very, very animated. The whole thing reminded me of waiting for a goaltender interference penalty in the NHL. It just took way too long. It was over an hour before they finally decided that he was officially going to get the 2-stroke penalty. And what Bryson did out there, whether he knew what he was doing or not, I know. I talked with Jeff Meadis. I've asked a couple of golf pros, just texting them in a group text, like, "Hey, what do you think there?" And they're like, "Look, he knew where he was stepping." So some of those people kind of that know the rules really well has kind of said, like, "Look, he knows that by him stepping around, like, what possibly could be happening there." So I'll even give him a little benefit of the doubt and say, well, maybe officially he thought he was clear with his swing path. To me, what I had a bigger problem with Bryson is the "I might not play tomorrow" kind of stance. Like, look, everybody gets bad calls in sports. I mean, if Josh Allen gets called for an intentional grounding he disagrees with, is he not coming out for the second half?
Right.
Like, come on, ridiculous. Like, stop. Like, it's ridiculous. The video itself, there was enough there. And the thing about golf, everybody says, like, it's honorable. You take the rules. You do all these sort of things that you want to protect the field. Like, okay, you disagreed with it. All right, but they're going to give it to you anyway, it looks like. And he's out there putting on a theatrical performance. I hated that. It took way too long. And now they don't have tea times for the next day. There's all these volunteers still there. Like, that to me just was not necessary. And then "I might not play tomorrow," and then he's not talking to the media about it. He had a chance to kind of tell his side and maybe become a sympathetic figure a little in some sense if fans maybe wanted to take his side. But because he didn't talk a whole week, nobody really knew what his side of the story was. So I didn't think he handled that very well, regardless of whether or not you thought he actually improved his swing path or not.
The World Cup has come to a close as Spain defeated Argentina in the final 1-0. Final standings, Spain at 1, Argentina at 2, of course, and then England at 3rd after their 6-4 win over France in the third-place match over the weekend. An eventful weekend on the PGA Tour as well. Open Championship. Ryan Fox won the tournament with a total score of 10 under par. Training camp just 9 days away for the Bills. Around the NFL, Mekhi Lemon, who's been dealing with a hamstring injury this offseason, said he'll be 100% ready to go for the start of training camp. Bleacher Report's James Palmer reports Aaron Donald is putting himself through football workouts to determine if he's in shape to return. And the Athletics' Matt Schneidman said Tucker Kraft, dealing with a knee injury, wouldn't divulge the plans for his participation early in camp. In baseball, the Blue Jays fell to the White Sox 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the Dodgers 2-1. The Red Sox on a 13-game win streak. They beat Tampa 6-1. And they're on 2 games over 500 now on the season. And the Mets, they beat the Phillies 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Knocks it down, it's free, it's a goal! It's Ferran Torres!
Ferran Torres joins Andres Iniesta as Spaniards that score World Cup winning goals in extra time. There you go. I remember the other one. I was in Amsterdam watching that game when that happened.
Against the Netherlands?
Against the Dutch, yeah.
You just happened to be in Amsterdam?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it was a longer trip. I wasn't there like an overnight.
Yeah.
It was a long trip, and it lined up that we were the Netherlands for the 2010 World Cup. Jeremy and Joe, good morning, everybody. Spain wins the World Cup. We've talked to Nick Mendola, our buddy, who's been all around the world, the continent, watching the tournament. It has finally come to a close with Spain beating Argentina 1-0 in extra time, and we're going to talk about it with Nick here. Nick, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'd like to tell you that I have been wanded by the Secret Service now, and so you know someone who has been wanded by the Secret Service.
What happened at the game?
Wanded. I thought you said wanted.
Oh, wanted. I thought you said wanted, too. Wanded?
Wanded,
right? Both.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Probably both.
The spectacle of the game. Last segment, Nick, we were talking about Tom Cruise's speech and then the halftime show. I mean,
the Muppets.
Was this the NFLification of the FIFA World Cup final, or is it always this over the top?
It has been for a few tournaments. The Champions League has also started to do this. They are, aside from the hydration breaks, that was new. But yeah, no, this was a wild day. We and the media got there early, and thank God I got there as early as I did with my boss, Joe Prince Wright, because we get in line. And it is surreal. There are Premier League managers waiting in line with us, and the line is stretching around the building, and it's not supposed to take this long. And then we find out, obviously, which we knew he was coming, but the president was coming. And so, layers of security, hours to get in. Fortunately, again, I am someone who likes to be prepared, and was there super early, but people were waiting hours to get in. Some people were getting turned away. The halftime show, the pregame show, the pre-Malone and the post-Malone, it was crazy. I have never been around anything this crazy.
Estimates are like 1.5 to 1.8 billion viewers around the world. We'll see what the ratings in the U.S. ultimately are. Spain wins, and it's one of those results, Nick, where at the end of the tournament, everyone kind of looks at it and says, like, oh, yeah, they're the best team. They give up one goal the entire time. So defense wins championships with the Spaniards.
Yeah, I mean, just an exceptional team. They totally deserved it. And, I mean, that game could have been, in talking to their coach afterwards, and he was right to start, the Argentina coach afterwards, it would have been 5-0 if not for Emiliano Martinez. I mean, the goal he had, I think, 11 saves by the end of the game. Spain takes, and this is kind of, I guess, what's interesting, is it keep the ball in American football. They were so good at controlling this game and manufacturing their own chances that it took until extra time for Argentina to manage to get a shot attempt off. Not a shot on target, a shot attempt. And they had scored multiple goals in almost every game of the tournament, or maybe it was every game of the tournament. They scored multiple goals, and they did not get a shot off against Spain.
Yeah. That was another example. I mentioned this earlier, Nick, that when teams sometimes change how they play or what they do when the score gets 1-0, because Argentina had a couple chances to tie it after it was 1-0. I thought the game was 100% over after they made it 1-0 because of what you just said. Like, they didn't even have an attempt on goal, and they had a couple after that because otherwise Spain was – it felt like they couldn't complete more than 2 passes in a row, Argentina, before the last couple of minutes.
Just total control from – a Ballon d'Or winner, one of the best players in the world in Rodri. And again, they just did not finish their chances. And Martinez is also an excellent goalkeeper, as annoying as he is. But yeah, they did. What happens is Argentina in extra time is dealing with their red card. And when they go down a goal, it's no longer let's get to penalties and hope, Messi and our boys get us through this, because they do have one of the best penalty stoppers in the world in Martinez. But as soon as they go down, there's a natural adjustment period, especially when you're celebrating as hard as Spain did after scoring. But once that lead comes into play, you've got this opportunity where Argentina says, well, we have to now. And Spain thinks, all right, well, I hope you open up. Because Argentina, as much as they struggled, and I don't know why they were then able to, with 10 players, find a little bit of possession and threat, because it's not like Spain said, okay, let's defend now, but there is this natural, like, hey, they've got 10 dudes, and we just got to make it a few more minutes and we're world champions. But yeah, Argentina did find some pleasure, if you will, at that point.
Is Spain the greatest defensive team of all time after the World Cup they just had?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a natural some people will hate this because they don't like Manchester City, but there's a natural evolution of what Spaniard Pep Guardiola started to do with Barcelona and in the late 2000s. They just keep the ball, and you can't get it off them. And they're constantly probing, trying to find the goal, and not everybody can do it. It's one of those things. I've talked to my kids' team about this. Hey, why doesn't this look like it does on TV? Because it is incredibly hard to keep the ball that long and spread it around. And the special thing about them is, yes, their backs are good, but it's because Cucurella, the left back, and Pedro Porro, the right back, just bomb up and down the field like marathon runners. Like, they never stop. And because the center backs are so good, and Rodri, the center defensive midfielder in front of them, is literally one of the very best to ever play the game, they tell those 3 guys, hey, you just make sure nobody gets to the middle part of the field, and everyone else keep the ball as high up the pitch as you can and try and attack. And they just do it so well, and that ends up looking like defense. Yeah. So, as you mentioned, at the end of the game, when they actually have to defend, they're like, oh, okay, so we're just going to stay back here now. So it's just, just a complete team that, yes, of course they can defend, but it's because they're telling you, we're going to keep this ball, and good luck getting it off of us.
Nick Mendola, NBC Soccer, joining us. Nick, obviously, like, the next conversation about the all-time great Lionel Messi, like, he'll continue to play, right? What is next? This is the last time on the biggest stage. Could he play in 4 more years? I mean, I don't want to rule it out. What do you think happens from here for Messi?
So I have to think he's done. At Argentina, he's going to play for Inter Miami. He makes, I think the latest number was, his contract gives him $25 to $28 million. And they estimate that through Apple and through MLS, some of the other sponsors that he has to play in that league, he's making about $70 million a year. Now, granted, at some point you have enough money, probably, and he's got enough to last him a lifetime. But I just don't think you turn that down when you're getting basically a goal or an assist per game in MLS. He is back turning up the numbers as if it was 10 years ago. However, in terms of Argentina, I just don't think he's going to do the Ronaldo, and this is not a shot at Ronaldo, but Argentina already caters their entire team to allowing him to kind of walk around and find his best spots to attack on the pitch. And there was a moment in the first half of this game where he had gotten to race in desperation towards a loose ball that was going towards Unai Simon, Spain's goalkeeper, and he didn't get there. And I thought, he's a freak of nature, but there's just no way that in 4 years this guy is going to tell his country, continue to cater your entire team to a 43-year-old. Because that's the thing about him. It's not that he's not good enough to do it. The reason he was able to do it is they have their other 10 guys on the field orchestrated in a way that says, yeah, just go let Leo do his thing. We'll find him and he'll score when we get the ball.
Yeah. Is the only thing we might get from him like a token check-in because there's a game in Argentina at the 2030 World Cup? You'd be taking a roster spot away, though, I guess, for a guy that you're just doing it for it, like ceremonially?
Yeah, I wonder if there isn't, just some other way that they work him into it, because the immense pressure, I mean, literally, this is something we never have to talk about. Even when people call Tom Brady the greatest of all time, there are other quarterbacks who will say no, but I'd like to talk about myself as this quarterback. Messi's going to be the greatest living player, and the only reason he's not just universally regarded as the greatest of all time will be because we can't compare him across generations, and because people love their country. So, Pele in Brazil, they're just going to be people who say, this guy's the best. And I dare you to compare him to him with the grainy footage and the no statistics. I think Messi knows that, especially with his relationship with the manager, Lionel Scaloni, I think he knows that if he's on a roster and he's on the bench, there are just going to be people in that country and around the world who are like, oh, Argentina's down 1-0. Well, they have to throw Messi on there, right? Mm-hmm. And, I mean, they kept a guy who's going to be in the top 10 for Ballon d'Or voting on the bench yesterday, in Lautaro Martinez. Part of that was because the injuries to their defenders made them make so many substitutes early, and then the red card made it like, well, we can't put another attacker on. But at some point, I think Messi has the mental space in his head to say, I will be more of a distraction. I mean, unless like there's some sort of secret injection that comes around that makes him look 34 again. I just don't see it.
Nick Mendola on the Western Hotline, wrapping up our World Cup coverage with him. Nick, who are the other big winners from this World Cup? Who comes out of this looking good? The U.S., maybe not because of the way that it finished, but up until that, was it good? I don't think it ends up as a win for Christian Pulisic, but, worldwide, not just U.S.
Right.
Who comes out winners in this?
Yeah, it's a really terrific question. I mean, there's a lot of individual players that come out as winners. There's a player named Jan Diomande from the Ivory Coast, and everyone said, wow, I think he's one of the up-and-coming players. And then he shows up at the tournament and does as well as he does, and people think, all right, this guy's going to make so much money. I personally feel like England do, because I think they overachieved. But I do think it's a tournament, guys, where 3/4 of the teams got about as far as they were supposed to. And there wasn't like this sort of absolute heartbreak. And maybe it's because of the expanded tournament field, but you start to look at a Paraguay team that lost 5-1, but then to the U.S. in their first game, and then rallied to eliminate Germany. The Ivory Coast, right? Or not the Ivory Coast, excuse me, Cape Verde, with Vozinha, the 41-year-old goalkeeper who shuts out Spain in the first game, by the way, which is crazy to think about. 2 straight World Cups where the team that won it did not win their first game. But yeah, Spain are the winners. It's really difficult to think there's any big boy that went a little further than went. Even Morocco, our dark horse of this tournament, right? They get to the they don't get as far as they got last tournament, but they're eliminated by France, and that's understandable. So, yeah, I would say Spain, England, obviously reaching the final. Argentina become a bit of a bigger story here, even though I think the story they became villains towards the end.
Oh, yeah.
Just besides Messi, just
the way they play,
just straight dirty play for 3 straight games. Yeah.
Should England be more upset after Argentina putting that performance on yesterday? Do you think England would have just had that happen to them? Like if they had held on, do you think it would have looked different?
No.
Nick, did you hear the comparison we made earlier about this? It's the Bills losing to the Chiefs when we know the Chiefs aren't that good,
and then the Chiefs get blasted.
Watching the Chiefs get waxed by the Eagles in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's tough. You just ruined my morning.
Sorry.
NBC putting me in a hotel that I never would have been able to afford myself, and I'm like, no, life's going well. And I drive home today and listen to podcasts. Oh, the Bills, good.
Sorry.
No, so yeah, and it's hard for me because I've made this comparison to you, and after the game that when England got eliminated by Argentina, I'm just like, oh, they Leafs it up again, like because that's who they are.
Yeah.
And it's not an insult. They I guess it kind of is. Sorry, Toronto Maple Leafs. But in 1966, England won the World Cup. They haven't done it again, despite constantly having a contender to win the thing. And so you constantly hear England talking about, hey, we've won a World Cup and we're very, very good and we've got the best players in the world from the best league in the world. And then you're like, yeah, and when's the last time you won the World Cup? Like, that's exactly what we're talking about. But the Bills comparison is apt. But, Thomas Tuchel's going to get a lot of crap. And I don't think he's getting crap for the right reason. He has one of the best players in the world. And I'm not just saying this because Jeremy's on the call here. And he just didn't use him. And they obviously play. People probably saw there was a 10-goal third-place game on Saturday.
Yeah,
England beats France 6-4, and Bukayo Saka has a hat trick. And the whole tournament, people seem to be saying, "Well, Saka was coming back from an injury. What if he was healthy and you could use him the whole game?" Then the third-place game gets here, and Tuchel starts him, and he scores a hat trick. And so I think if you're an England fan, you're looking back and like, wait, that guy was healthy?
Yeah,
that guy could start? Because they did not get a shot in the first half on target against Argentina. Neither did Argentina because they were busy trying to make it into a street fight. And then to go up 1-0 and ultimately get messied, lose 2-1. Yeah, I mean, it's not good if you're England. It's not good enough because you have to be thinking right now, we would have given Spain a better fight, especially because of the familiarity with a Rodri, with a Cucurella. There are enough Premier League players on that team that you like to think if you tried to play football against them, what Argentina did not do, you would have done better than the game we saw.
Nick, it's hard to do 4 years, but is there any big team from this tournament that you think is going to be significantly better or worse next go around? Like, this was said about Belgium, right? Like, they're kind of old and at the end, but they still, went pretty far. Is there anybody that you think like that was kind of it for them, or anybody that you think will be a lot better next go round?
This is perfect. As soon as the tournament ends, it's the next tournament's power rankings.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
This is what you do.
The way too early.
Yeah, way too early. Who's number one? Who you got? Who are the risers?
Oh boy, the risers. Spain.
Yeah,
Spain. No. How do you rise better than winning the World Cup? Next up, France. Like both of those teams had teenagers playing,
yeah.
But I'm not going to tell you that this team is a riser for sure, but it's going to be really interesting around the United States because most of their key players, like they could return 15 or 16 players. The problem with that is guys like they're all around Pulisic's age, so they're going to be 30 or 31. And it's just a matter of, do you still have, how much have you developed in terms of that wisdom? Because that's the key, right? Christian Pulisic will still be good enough to be on the team, if not to be its best player. But are you going to still be fast enough? And will you still be playing as long as you have? Will you still be playing meaningful minutes on a top team? Or are you, as reports say, listening to a huge money offer from New York City FC, in which case, with all due respect, you can still be a great player in MLS. This isn't it. But you like to think that, whether it's Kevin Sullivan, who's the 16-year-old hotshot with Philadelphia. But anyway, so go beyond the U.S. The U.S. are one of them. I think Mexico will all three host nations should be a lot better. Morocco will be that storyline where people are saying assuming they find a replacement for their goalie Bono, can this African team win its first World Cup? So I would say that those five in Europe, I don't see a team that I know is going to be that much better. And again, it's a tournament where most teams hit their mark. But again, for Spain, you're talking about the young player of the tournament, and everybody's waiting for it to go to Lamine Yamal, who's 19 years old and already playing for Barcelona. And it goes to their 19-year-old center backs. 19-year-old center backs do not play in the World Cup and win on teams that matter. So, there is a very legitimate chance that Spain is right back here.
Yeah.
Mexico is a 17-year-old center back, too, that's really good, don't they? That was playing a lot?
Center mid. But, yes, he's very, very good.
Gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
Nick, thank you for the time. Thanks for the however many visits we had here. And, off we go to the Premier League season, I suppose. And what's next for FC Buffalo? What's the story there?
Oh boy, yeah. Well, we had a great game. Well, not a great game. We had a great opportunity on Friday night. We went to a 4-time national champion. We were down a few players through injury and just kind of ran out of juice. We lost 2-0 to Flint City Bucks. It's totally fine. We're proud of our season. It's the next step, and it is funny. This is the first time in a long time that I'm looking at it, and I'm understanding when people are like, "Yeah, we build on that. This is an acceptable place to get." Now we know what it takes, and I think our team is going to be super dangerous next year. So you want to go buy like a shirt or something from our site, that would be awesome to get us through the offseason at fcbuffalostore.com.
All right. Very good. Thanks, Nick. I'm going to the site right now. Check out some of the gear. Thanks for everything.
All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate both of you.
All right.
Thanks, Nick.
Nick Mendola, NBC Soccer. One other thing about this World Cup for me, like, whatever, I'm my kids are starting to watch sports. This will be the first real event where I got them into an event to watch games hey, tonight is, the U.S. and Belgium, and staying up late to watch sports, and super cool. So for me, this World Cup will be that's a part of that memory. And I also had a proud, soccer parent moment. Nick's mentioning Bukayo Saka, who scored a hat trick for England. Yeah. He's in a New Balance commercial, which means he might get in a commercial with Josh soon. We might get a Saka-Allen crossover.
See some Allen New Balance.
That's right. So there's the Saka New Balance commercial goes, and I said to my daughter, I'm like, who's that? Bukayo Saka. Like, yes!
It's good.
Yes! 5 years old, we're rocking the Arsenal stud.
Yep.
He's great. Can't believe England didn't play him. I thought he was. I did think he was more hurt. Same, like Nick said. Like, I was nervous they were playing him because wait, he's not fit. He's not good enough. He's hurt. He needs to rest. Oh no, he just scored 3 goals. So might have been a mistake.
Hey, England not winning means the England never winning storyline continues.
Yeah,
that continues to be one of the most interesting things going in. I like I said about Morocco. I still want new blood in that tournament. It is the same 5 teams that win like all the time.
True. Did you
and like Morocco being even better and them being the hosts next time? Like, give me someone else from Africa or North America or Asia winning, and they feel like the team for that more in the U.S.
Yeah. What was I going to say?
They have a 120,000 seat stadium that's under construction.
I know it is. Who does?
Morocco.
120,000 seats.
I think it's probably for the World Cup.
Well, the big house is going to immediately add seats, right? In Michigan, that can't stand. We can't have a soccer stadium in Morocco bigger,
right?
Or Tennessee. No, the thing I was going to mention. Did you see Nick Wright? Nick Wright turned into Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
If you don't know Ted Cruz's story, every team he roots for loses.
Or Drake,
too.
who also bet on Argentina.
Here's our great pal Nick Wright showing up in a Morocco jersey when they lost. And then yesterday, to the final, Argentina, the gods are with Argentina, lost.
Yep.
You love to see it.
Yeah, he had the big Brazil get up when he went in, and they got smoked. And then,
I can't say too much because I very much like him. I didn't go to these games with the gear on, but it's like the tournament ended with 5 games in a row of the team I was hoping to win losing.
Yep.
I rooted for Argentina for a day just because I thought it'd be interesting for Messi as a send-off. But, by the time that game was going, you're like, oh, please. 5 minutes in, that game was over. Like, you are praying to keep it 0-0
But they get to the second half of extra time.
I know. They had a chance.
Like, I thought we are getting to shootout. And what is everyone's reaction going to be when Argentina wins in a penalty kick after not getting a shot on goal?
Would have been incredible.
I was actually a little worried for,
the discourse?
Yeah, not really worried, but the tournament had been so great, and, the casual or non-soccer fans that will make fun of the sport would have just been, had no opportunity for that unless, for the diving, I guess you would have had that. Because you had late game winners, you had buzzer beaters, you had tons of goals, the stars showing up, and then if the final, let's cap it off with, a team didn't get a shot and they won, that would have been
It'd be tough.
A little tough.
It'd be tough, yeah. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We have a caller on hold. Tommy, stick with us. I love this question. Are we going to launch a new fantasy league off of this? We might have to.
This could be the game. that we've been searching for more
Yeah,
than the
it really might.
more than the training camp game.
It really might. It's a long play. We'll get to Tommy's phone call. You're going to want to hear it. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garflow, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
The other part about that he said there that I don't necessarily agree with, and this is what I wouldn't mind talking to people, that no one is safe. Who does that apply to? I don't think it applies to anybody. Outside of, Deion Dawkins, if he doesn't have a good year, could he be a cap casualty? Sure. Mm-hmm. If Josh Palmer doesn't produce, if Keon Coleman...
But those guys don't rate, on the level that he means.
Yeah, nobody's...
He's talking about the coach and GM, I think.
Right, in which case, I don't think that there's any chance.
No.
Hand up was wrong about McDermott. I thought there was no chance McDermott was on the hot seat. We would talk about it every year, and I would say I think there's no chance he's on the hot seat. I thought, there might be a rift between the coach and the GM, but I don't think there's any chance that the coach is going to get fired. And then he did. So, ready to be wrong again, but does anybody really think that Beane's on the hot seat? That Beane and Brady have a short window to get this done? I guess it's possible if there are 2 years. The shortest time frame I might give it, Joe, would be 2 years and they don't make it out of the wild card round. To me, that's it.
Yeah.
Where the owner could look at it and say, we've gone backwards for 2 years. Other than that, I've got the defensive coordinator kind of openly, honestly saying the vision might not appear in year one. If the vision doesn't appear in year one, then you're waiting for year two for that vision. I think they could win the whole thing this year. I think they could win the whole thing next year. Things got to go right for them. Things can come together. But if it goes poorly, I do not see a scenario where it's like nobody is safe, like Dan Graziano says.
No, I think it would have to be an outright catastrophe that it seems impossible. Like, they win 6 games and miss the play. They have the year that the Chiefs just had. Does that even...
Does Allen get hurt for that?
And that is
he would have to be hurt, right?
The Chiefs, Mahomes didn't get hurt until they were eliminated.
That's right.
How'd they do that? They went 1-9 in one-score games. They have a year like that where they just lose all their one-score games, all their close games, just go against them, and they miss the playoffs and win like 6 or 7 games. I'm not even sure if that happened. I feel like if that happened, maybe you would have to qualify it as nobody is safe and that something could happen.
defeated Argentina 1-0. Final standing, Spain at 1, Argentina at 2, of course, and then England at 3rd after their 6-4 win over France in the third-place match over the weekend. An eventful weekend in the PGA as well. At the Open Championship, Ryan Fox won the tournament with a total score of 10 under par. Training camp just 9 days away for the Bills. Around the NFL, Bleacher Report's James Palmer reports Aaron Donald is putting himself through football workouts to determine if he's in shape to return. Mekhi Lemon, dealing with the hamstring injury this offseason, said he'll be 100% ready to go for the start of training camp. The Athletics' Matt Schneidman said Tucker Kraft, dealing with the knee injury, wouldn't divulge his plans for his participation early in camp. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the White Sox 3-0. The Yankees beat the Dodgers 2-1. The Red Sox on a 13-game win streak. They beat Tampa 6-1. They're 2 games over 500 now on the season. And the Mets, they beat the Phillies 6-1. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I won't pretend to be up here and defend Bryson. I'm not particularly fond of him. I think a lot of it's performative. I think a lot of it's for attention. And to hold the tournament hostage like that and have all of us, volunteers, players, everyone waiting on him to depart, I didn't feel like it was a great look.
Rory McIlroy, scorched earth on Bryson. Mm-hmm. Not a big fan of his. Don't like the look. The drama.
He is pretty vocal this year.
Rory?
He was very outspoken against the PGA Tour changes that are coming with like the different tiers with relegation. He's going after Bryson. And he's been pretty outspoken in the past. He was the most outspoken about Liv when Liv showed up.
Yeah. 803-0550 our number. I've got my first number. I've seen the over-under for points for the Sabres.
All right.
I got that. But first.
Yeah, go ahead.
We teased this phone call. Tommy in Buffalo has a good thing to bring up. We want to talk to Tommy. Tommy, what's up?
Gentlemen, good morning. Nothing beats Buffalo radio in the middle of the summer.
Fact.
The only thing better than that is lists in tiers, and I got them both. So let me set the premise for you. This is current Bills on the roster that you would say would be a future legend of the game.
Love it.
You get it so far?
Let's have it.
Okay. So I broke it down into 3 tiers because not every legend is the same. Tier 1, you got your November 10th game, Sunday, 1 p.m. against Miami. Just a football game, NFL guys got to play.
Yep.
I got Shakir, Cook, and Spencer Brown.
Okay.
For Tier 1. Tier 2 is your regular season, maybe a primetime game. I got Hamlin, and I got Knox. Tier 3 is your playoff games. And obviously I got Allen and Dawkins.
Okay.
Okay, I got one twist, though. Here's my twist. Given the right PR move, we could have this guy in Tier 1, 2, or 3. Do you want to guess, or do you want me to just tell you?
This where you say Diggs?
No, Diggs is not on the team.
Oh, all right. Current guys.
Current guys only.
Who needs PR?
I don't know.
Reed Ferguson.
Fair.
Okay.
And then my honorable mentions are Rousseau and Oliver.
All right, Rousseau and thanks, Tommy. I think you're about 20 players short. I think there are so many potential legends at the game on the roster.
Right now?
I think I can come to 20.
Oh, no, 20 is too much. 20 is too much.
Want my 20?
Yeah, I mean...
20 players that could be a future legend of the game. Definitely Josh Allen. Definitely James Cook.
Automatics.
Can Ray Davis be it? Yes. Yes. Definitely. Yes.
Why? Because he was an all-pro returner?
Doesn't even have to be an all-pro.
Well, he was.
DJ Moore, yes.
Wait, hold on. Let's see the guy play a snap.
Fine.
Let's see the guy play one
You
snap
go ahead and see him
first.
play it.
They are making a film about Ray Davis, too.
Jackson Hawes.
who's
Jackson
making a
Hawes
film?
is coming back and banging the drum.
Like a Netflix Untold?
Hawes, Kincaid, Knox, all yes. Shakir, obviously yes. I think you tiered him too low. Connor McGovern, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Osiris Torrance, yes. Spencer Brown, Deion Dawkins.
Have everybody be a legend of the game.
You basically can. That's
you
exactly
probably
how this
pretty
works.
much
You
could.
can do whatever you want. Ed Oliver,
Yeah, but
yes.
now the standard
Is
goes
Deion
up.
Walker
Wait,
trending towards Legend of the Game status?
hold on. This has been
Terrell Bernard, yes. I'll just go just for the yeses, then I'll let you. Rousseau is a yes. Benford, yes, of course.
Michael Hoyt. I mean,
Michael Hoyt
the
could
myth
be-
of Michael Hoyt. He maybe never plays a game for them again.
Cole
He's so
Bishop
good.
is trending, yes. And fine, Reed Ferguson, yes.
Did you mention DeMar Hamlin?
He mentioned Hamlin. I did not, but sure. I mean,
Hamlin for sure.
the Legend of the Game is not exactly.
Wait a minute. The standard's going to go up for Legend of the Game. Right now, Legend of the Game, in part, has been like, T.O. played 1 year here. Or
T.O.'s a Hall of Famer, is a legend.
I know. But, guys, Lee Evans, guys can just be a decent player for you for a couple of years and make Legend of the Game because they stunk for 25 years.
LaShawn McCoy, one of them.
But now you've got, a lot of years piled up of good competitive teams. You got more competition if you are Osiris Torrance.
You do?
Guess what?
You do? How many other guards are there?
Maybe Taron Johnson's available that day.
Yes, he is.
And
He's a legend of the game.
Guess who outranks you? Taron Johnson. Guess who outranks you? Tre'Davious White. 2 safeties ahead of you. There are other linemen that probably outrank you.
Tremaine
Saying,
Edmonds.
There's only so many home games a year, and there's going to be a lot of guys that qualify from teams of the last 5 years. Milano's going to be above you.
Matt Milano's a good answer. Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde, yes.
Yep, these are the names.
Hold on, I got to find out Buffalo Bills. Where do we find
Sean McDermott?
The list of legends of the game?
Oh, already?
The all-time legend of the game list.
I think we've looked before, and I don't know if there is one.
I think Buffalo Rumblings has to be doing this. They do stuff like that.
Maybe. Someone tried maybe to put it
There's
together.
so many legends.
Yeah, I think.
But that's the point. There's only going to be 8-9 home games a year till they expand. You can't have 60 guys all get to go. Right?
Take a long time.
It's going to take a long time.
Do you start getting some Sabres crossover in there, too?
No, it's got to stick to Bills.
Got to be Bills.
Diggs will be a legend of the game eventually. Time heals all wounds. They retired Hasik's number.
I know.
Just saying.
He will.
That was ugly there. Give him 7 years. You're fine. Diggs will retire. Diggs will retire, and then 3 years later, he'll come back in something, and it'll all be rosy, and we'll go through all the records he has for the Bills.
He has already been saying nice things about the Bills.
Right.
Well, he's never not said nice things about the Bills.
He basically said that the day he left, he said nice things.
Yeah. So he's never done that.
No.
You want the Sabres over-under? Hold on here. Let's have some fun here. I've got this from who is this? Bet Online Sports and Casino. The Sabres point total over/under. I'll give you 1, 2, 3. There are 2 teams whose over/under from last year to this year is a bigger jump than the Sabres. The Sabres is 3rd.
Oh, a bigger jump because
Yes.
the Sabres
From
would have
the
been like at 80 last year.
The Sabres last year were 84.5.
Okay.
So I just gave it to you. No, I didn't give it to you yet.
No, you didn't.
What are they this year? They're the 3rd biggest increase in over/under. Point total.
I'm going to guess they're like 92.5.
I'm going to guess 94.5.
Yeah, I was going to go 95.5.
96.5
Wow.
is the number.
Nice.
96.5. The 2 teams with the bigger jump are San Jose and Pittsburgh.
Because San Jose is coming from way down.
And
right?
Chicago and Anaheim are near the Sabres in the point jump up. So how many teams are above a 96.5? Like if you just did this in the conference, okay?
I would guess Florida and Tampa and
Florida's a
Montreal.
107, Tampa's 102, Montreal is 98.5, so now you're 4th in the division if it plays out this way.
Toronto's lower.
Toronto is 95.5.
Yeah.
Ottawa's 94.5.
Did Washington jump them?
Washington is 99.5.
Yep.
Carolina definitely.
Carolina's way up there at 107.5. Pittsburgh is 91.5.
Yeah. Wow. Philly
is 93.5.
So are they still in the top 8?
It looks like they're still in the top 8. On just over-under, they are in the top 8.
But barely.
I didn't exactly count it all the way there.
Did the Devils jump up?
The New Jersey Devils are 95.5, right behind them.
Just below. Right.
Yep. So it looks like they're in the playoffs. Wild card team.
But, in the mix.
Carolina first round in this scenario.
Take that right now?
No. I mean,
No,
sure.
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
I would take any playoff season. Period. That's it. What's home ice do for you? You just lose on home ice. Everybody loses on home ice.
I hate this mentality. I'm sick of these two teams winning playoff games and playoff rounds, and then the next offseason be like, I just take the playoffs.
Well, we know that all that matters are the playoffs.
I think, and
I know, but that's the point here. Is I'm guaranteeing in this hypothetical question, I'm hitting a magic button and I'm locking in that I have the toughest matchup right away. No thanks.
Got to beat them eventually.
It is all about the playoffs. I don't want to play them. I want to play, Toronto, who's at 93 points, and I'm the 1 seed.
You were off on Friday. Did you see Dom Luszczyszyn's improvement index, or did we talk about that on Thursday?
I think we were leaving, and we saw it, that they were 32nd.
I mean, wouldn't just making the playoffs a second season in a row with a team that has lost a couple of important players and is counting on the kids to fill it up a little bit, and the goalies are the same, don't I just want to get in? Don't I just give me 100 points and in? And if I get the wild card, then fine, so be it. Or if I get the 2-3 matchup, I can go on the road and play what? Florida? Tampa? How much tougher would it be? Here it is, July 20th. Thanks to Tommy who said July Buffalo Radio is the best ever. Right now I'm asking you, would you rather be the 3 playing the 2, which would be Tampa or Florida, or the 4 playing Carolina?
Good point. And then I'm on the Metro side of the bracket.
Right.
We flirted with that debate last year, but the Sabres were too good to really
They were too good.
Get us into that.
I'll take any playoff.
Yeah.
Any playoff.
I think it's different when this is a very different question, Bills to Sabres, because to me the Sabres are not in the position the Bills are, where they're just, I'm penciling them in to be in no matter what.
And the advantage of the 1 seed there is a true advantage of playing 1 fewer game, as opposed to in the NHL, it's like, you just play a team. I mean, Carolina was the 1 seed. They played Ottawa. They beat them in 4 games, but those were tight games. And the 1 seed in the West was Colorado?
Colorado.
Okay. They won in 5. They beat a really bad Kings team.
Right. Yeah, I would take that in a heartbeat right now.
Just make
With the offseason they've had.
Just get in.
Just get in.
Is Hellebuck my goalie? Because I still think Hellebuck's their goalie. And then I want better.
I need more juice.
Why don't you put your money where your mouth is and buy a jersey right now? Make a jersey.
Custom.
Combo set, Kane and
the Hellebuck jersey.
Let me take a look. Can I wait for the 3rd jersey to come out? That's soon, probably.
Interesting little loophole there.
I'm not. Listen, I've never thought about doing that with a player that's not already on the team, and this would be the closest I'd ever get to it.
Wow.
That'd be fun.
I'm not saying no.
Over.
I'm not saying no.
All right, buy the jersey.
Buy a Hellebuck jersey.
Wow.
I like it. I mean, I like that you're buying it.
Respect.
803-0550.
Can I be funny and instead of Hellebuck on the back, it's 37. It says waived no trade clause. Waived NTC and MC.
37 and the
waived NMC.
The nameplate just says, "Just wait."
Just wait. Right.
Never wrong, just early.
Yep.
803-0550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe. Congratulations to Ryan Fox, Open champion. Champion golfer of the year.
And then took his commercial flight home with it in the overhead.
Some golf tournaments, you get a green jacket. Others, you get on the screen, champion golfer of the year.
I saw that.
That's what the Open.
That's what they call it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a little prestigious. Next year, St. Andrews. Did you see the lineup of majors next year?
Oh, it's
3. I saw someone making fun of.
It's Augusta. Where's the PGA? I don't know.
Pebble.
The U.S. Open is at Pebble.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the PGA course is the one that's getting made fun of. Because it's next year, you ever see the 3 dragon meme?
Yeah.
Where 2 of the faces are whatever. It's Pebble, St. Andrews, Augusta, and then it's like PGA Frisco.
Oh.
And that's the course that's getting mocked a little bit. I don't know anything about it.
You can play it on the simulator.
PGA Frisco.
Fields Ranch, PGA Frisco. All right. Yeah, that is a little bit of the old odd dragon.
Yeah.
We'll get a break in. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
I think, though, the window conversation is more appropriate now than it was 2 years ago. It was way too quick when it first started. The window closing, too, by the way. It wasn't just a talk about, like, oh, how long do they have? It was about that, oh, no, it's already closing. When Allen was, like, 28 years old?
Yeah.
Like, what? Are we kidding? Like, if you want to have the conversation about how long it is, I'm not ready to say it's closing at all. But how long will it be? Like, if you look at historical precedent, there have been 11 quarterbacks that have won their first Super Bowl between the ages of 30 and 34. Like that, you're squarely in your window still. You got 5 years. You got 5 years where things could happen, but you should be expecting for how good he is that you can still be where you are and have been during that time period. Elway is the only guy beyond that.
Beyond 34.
Unitas won his first Super Bowl after, but it's because he didn't play in the Super Bowl in his first 10 years because there wasn't one. So
Right.
It's Elway. Like, you want to go beyond that? There's one guy that has really been able to do it. Otherwise, like, this 5-year window is the window.
I guess I would ask, I've got two things here. Why would I care about it being the guy's first? If Tom Brady can win it at 38, why can't my guy win it at 38? Right? First-time winners only.
Mm-hmm.
If he was good enough to win one before, but just didn't because of the defense, the coach, a coin toss, whatever. If he's good enough to win it then, isn't he good enough to win it at 38, even though it would be his first?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's one thing I'd want to pull out of there.
That's true. And the only guys for that would be, Brady and then, like, Peyton Manning, but that was
right.
kind of a
But those are all-time greats who were good enough to win it pretty much their entire career. And
they had won it before.
Right. And while Allen doesn't have one, I'd want to put him in the category of good enough to win it.
Yep.
And not very many would dispute that. I mean, on the internet, I'm sure you could find people to dispute that.
Oh, there have been some social media takes the last couple of days.
The other part about that he said there that I don't necessarily agree with, and this is what I wouldn't mind talking to people, that no one is safe. Who does that apply to? I don't think it applies to anybody. Outside of, Deion Dawkins, if he doesn't have a good year, could he be a cap casualty? Sure. Mm-hmm. If Josh Palmer doesn't produce, if Keon Coleman...
But those guys don't rate, on the level that he means.
Yeah, nobody's...
He's talking about the coach and GM, I think.
Right, in which case, I don't think that there's any chance...
No.
Hand up was wrong about McDermott. I thought there was no chance McDermott was on the hot seat. We would talk about it every year, and I would say I think there's no chance he's on the hot seat. I thought, there might be a rift between the coach and the GM, but I don't think there's any chance that the coach is going to get fired. And then he did. So, ready to be wrong again, but does anybody really think that Beane's on the hot seat? That Beane and Brady have a short window to get this done? I guess it's possible if there are 2 years. The shortest time frame I might give it, Joe, would be 2 years and they don't make it out of the wild card round. To me, that's it.
Yeah.
Where the owner could look at it and say, we've gone backwards for 2 years. Other than that, I've got the defensive coordinator kind of openly, honestly saying the vision might not appear in year one. If the vision doesn't appear in year one, then you're waiting for year two for that vision. I think they could win the whole thing this year. I think they could win the whole thing next year. Things got to go right for them. Things can come together. But if it goes poorly, I do not see a scenario where it's like nobody is safe, like Dan Graziano says.
No, I think it would have to be an outright catastrophe that it seems impossible. Like, they win 6 games and miss the play. They have the year that the Chiefs just had. Does that even...
Does Allen get hurt for that?
And that is
he would have to be hurt, right?
The Chiefs, Mahomes didn't get hurt until they were eliminated.
That's right.
How'd they do that? They went 1-9 in one-score games. They have a year like that where they just lose all their one-score games, all their close games, just go against them, and they miss the playoffs. and win like 6 or 7 games. I'm not even sure if that happened. I mean, I feel like if that happened, maybe you would have to qualify it as nobody is safe and that something could happen.
All right, time for like a very fast story here. So yesterday, hanging out in the house, just me and my 2-year-old daughter. My wife and the twins are out. They're coming home. They'll be home in about like 15 minutes. And I hear a buzzing sound. And I look. I'm like, oh, there's a fly. Nope. This was a frigate. It's one of those wasps where the legs dangle down 6 inches.
Oh, yeah.
Really terrible. Oh, God. Right? Your entire life becomes about what you're going to do. It might as well be a bear in the house.
Yeah.
A wasp that big.
I think what'd you do?
Well,
I think I know what you're supposed to do.
First thing, I grabbed the fly swatter. I'm like, if I gotta take him, I'm gonna take him.
So the thing I know about wasps is you only get one go at it. It's not like bees. You might get multiple. They're aggressive and fast. They're coming right at you if you miss.
Well, yeah, I'm ready. So
you get one shot.
Listen, I don't want to scrap with this wasp. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm armed. I will if I have to. And I'm just following him around. He goes from kitchen all the way in, living room, into the dining room. Like he's casing the whole house. He's ready. And I lose him for a minute. I think
that's bad.
Now we got to move. Yeah. I can't. My wife, she comes home. I can't tell her, listen, there's a wasp that's about the size of my hand in this house, and I don't know where it is. I can't do that, right? Right. So I just stand completely still, listening, waiting. Okay, I got him. I'm back on him.
Yeah.
He does me a favor.
The Fly episode of Breaking Bad.
He does a favor. He goes over by one of our windows that's like a good sliding window. I'm like, all right, perfect. He's got 3-panel. So then it becomes like, listen, we're on the same team here, man. Like, I'm going to try and help you. Help me help you. Slide the window open. Slide the screen open. Out the door he goes. Out the window he goes.
Wow.
Crisis averted.
To find his way into someone else's house.
Do they have legs like that? Why do they drop their legs like that? It's not right. It doesn't look. It's not okay. You show me.
That is pretty creepy.
They're not supposed to have legs like that.
That's like what they would if you had a horror movie about wasps. They would have like really long legs like that. It makes them scarier.
Yes.
Next time, if you ever just mix soap and water in a spray bottle, you're good.
Oh, really? Just to take them out?
They can't fly.
And then what? Do you put them in a cup and then put them outside for them to dry out? And are they going to remember that and be like, yeah, remember what that dude did to you? He sprayed you with soap and water. Let's go back in there.
It might actually kill him. Or then you get the swatter, or then you get them outside. One of the two. All I know is they can't move or fly around if you spray them with soap and water.
You ever seen a bald-faced hornet?
No. You have this obsession with like giant insects that will like haunt me.
I mean, I saw one
and then introducing me to them.
In our yard last year, we had like one that would come around. I would see that thing and I would stay 13 feet away.
This isn't like something from Australia?
Oh, no.
Like something around here?
No, they're just around, yeah.
What are they called?
Bald-faced hornet.
Yeah, I don't want to come around this thing. Look at that nest.
Yeah. Anyway, Jeremy and Joe. Hey, everybody. Hi. Happy Monday. The air's good.
The air is good.
The air's good.
Yeah.
Good for being friendly to stinging insects. High of 79 today. All sun all day. Might get some weather tomorrow. When we return, what do you got? We got to get Joe's recap of the member guest.
Of the member guest. Yeah.
I'm gonna talk to you about it like I'm Tom Brady. How about that? Be really obnoxious about it. Look back on the World Cup. 9 days till Bills training camp. Get excited. Counting down the days. And then the pressure cooker will really be on. 803-0550 to join us on WGR. In our YouTube chat, Trevor points out that Pro Football Talk wrote an article that this is making the case for a third-place game in the NFL.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No.
It's absolutely not. It's once every 4 years they do this. They probably might eliminate the third-place game at some point.
Yeah.
But no, it is not making the case for a third-place game.
And I can't think of a sport in North American sports that really.
Where would a third-place game be a good idea? Any level of sport, you get it in hockey because there's a medal, right? Any Olympic event where there's a bronze medal game, okay. And here, what's it for? I even saw the difference in prize money between the third and the fourth place, like $20,000 for the team.
Okay, I thought it was $2 million.
Oh,
it was like $29 million for third and $27 million for third.
Maybe $200,000 per player or whatever.
Yeah.
Like $50,000. It's before 7. The math doesn't count. Right, so it's not even like they were playing for a check because they're all getting the check by making the Final Four. But
right,
like try to make the case for a third place game. Where is it? It's definitely not. Oh, we should have seen the Jarrett Stidham Broncos play against the Rams.
Yeah.
No. That's not a thing that should have happened.
No.
Last year. Or the Bills should have played. Who would it have been? The Eagles beat
Washington.
There you go. Bills Commanders. Was it really Washington?
Yeah,
I guess you're right. I guess it was. I mean, I would if they played, I would watch the game. But it's very difficult because
would they try though? And would they try? Would they play anybody?
No, I would not want Josh Allen.
Allen doesn't play in that game.
That's right. That's right.
So at that point, it's already dead on arrival.
The World Cup finals come to a close. Spain defeated Argentina 1-0. Final standings, of course, Spain at 1, Argentina at 2, and England at 3rd after their 6-4 win over France in the third-place match over the weekend. An eventful weekend in the PGA at the Open Championship as well. Ryan Fox won the tournament. Total score, 10 under par. Training camp just 9 days away for the Bills around the NFL. Makai Lemon, dealing with the hamstring injury this offseason, said he'll be 100% ready to go for the start of training camp. The Athletics' Matt Schneiderman said Tucker Kraft, dealing with the knee injury, wouldn't divulge the plans for his participation early in camp. In Bleacher Report's James Palmer reports Aaron Donald putting himself through the football workouts to determine if he's in shape to return this season. In baseball, the Blue Jays, they fell to the White Sox 3-0. The Yankees, they beat the Dodgers 2-1. The Red Sox, on a 13-game win streak, they beat Tampa 6-1. 2 games over 500 now on the season. And the Mets beat the Phillies 6-1 as well. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Pros exist in general. You know,
World Cup was
Joe. This is controversy.
Spilling.
Like World Cup of blow.
What a way to finish this incredibly popular segment.
What's going on in there?
Ketchup, just a fruit smoothie.
Last time we did this, we just debated soups and decided that Lake Erie is in fact not a soup. Don't let anybody say we didn't give it a lot of thought.
No, we definitely did.
We took it out for a spin, but no, this ain't the car for me.
You bozo. You bozo. You bozo.
I'm already going to walk out of the room. I'd like to apologize on behalf of WGR and Odyssey for this segment.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of all sports, all the time. WGR.
All right. What have we done today? Anything of note? Anything noble?
We determined that, Twitter's determined that Tom Hanks is a better all-time movie star than Tom Cruise is.
That's nuts. You're going to buy an old Casey Middlestat jersey, change the nameplate to Hellebuck to make a point. Before the Sabres even acquired him, you're so committed you're going to do that.
Correct.
What's going on with the Doomsday trailer? Joe Cali, is there something?
It's out now. It just dropped.
The Doomsday trailer came out? Is it a teaser trailer or a trailer?
This looks to be a real thing. I'm watching it kind of as we speak. Sorry, I'm not like...
They come out at 9 o'clock this morning?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead and watch it. It's fine. You're allowed to be distracted. We're in the entertainment business.
Okay.
What you're doing is called show research.
Right. Callie was in the break like, I need this trailer to drop right now. Where is it? It's very exciting.
All right, so the Doomsday trailer is out. We got that going for us, which is nice.
Always good.
What else? Anything? We didn't get your recap of the member guests. We'll get to that.
Yep.
Bills do training camp in 9 days. The World Cup's over.
Golf.
What will the people
basically.
that love to say that they're not watching the soccer tell people now? How many viewers did last night's game or yesterday afternoon's get 3 o'clock game from MetLife Stadium?
Probably
50 million, 40 million. It was a boring game. It was a boring game. We can say that, right?
But still, people would have been tuning in for it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was a boring game. Spain just held onto the ball all game. And Argentina could. If you were tuning in to watch Messi and like his last World Cup match, is he going to win a second back-to-back? He touched the ball like 5 times before they got down 1-0, it felt like. 7 times, I think, in the attacking half of the field by the time they went up 1-0.
Yeah.
Spain.
Yeah,
So
it was weird. It was so dominant from Spain, and there were a couple of moments late where it was maybe a free kick that he had that was going way high, that he like kind of bent down and it hit the top of the net, and it was pretty close to being like one of the greatest plays I've ever seen. But yeah, he couldn't find a moment like he normally can.
We didn't even get like a controversial VAR really for the last 3-4 games.
Yeah,
there were no big controversies.
Yeah, no, the biggest controversy yesterday was that there was an Argentina player that tried to fight all the Spain players after the game.
I saw. Yeah, Argentina got their reputation for being
little dirty, maybe.
Gritty.
Let's
go with that, gritty.
I wonder, did anybody else wonder, not that if they would do it, I'd wonder this would almost be a conversation. Argentina goes down to 10 men, and they're clearly just trying to hold on.
Yeah.
Messi just walks around, which is what he does, right? Like he's saving energy for if he gets the ball, and then there's a burst. But they're defending with 9.
Right.
And I'm like, is the manager even thinking about, like, I really wish I could put in another guy here that would actually run around and defend, but I can't. I cannot take Messi off.
Right.
You can't.
I'm curious how much of that is. I think even if you're playing with 10, there's likely a player dedicated almost purely to just stay near enough to him to keep him sort of out of the play.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's just, well, that's you're canceling that guy out. And that's as much of an advantage as having a guy in there that will run around and do stuff that maybe doesn't get man-marked that same way. And, you're also losing the magic of, when he's actually got the ball, Messi's better than anybody. So I think it's probably a trade-off where the coach goes like, well, he's taking a guy out of the play whether he's actually moving around quickly or not, just because he's so he just requires so much attention. So I wonder if that played into that.
It becomes 10 on 9 instead of 11 on 10, really.
Right. And where you could go to 11 on 10 and take him off, but would you not be then losing your obviously greatest player and biggest chance at making something happen?
Yeah. 803-0550. We got Jay on the road. He's calling us about the Odyssey. Hey, what's up, Jay?
Careful.
Yeah, no spoilers, but give us what's the word?
No spoilers on the story that's been out for 3,000 years. But go ahead.
Of course. Yeah,
by the way, I talked to a friend yesterday. He said he'd read the book. I was like, oh, and he said it's good. It's a good story.
He read it. Wow.
I'm like, I never even get. Go ahead.
Absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
And I just want to thank you guys because, I'm originally from the west side of Rochester and very familiar with that theater, but I had a blind spot to the fact that they had the 70 millimeter there. But you guys, for different reasons, will appreciate this. In 99, Jeremy, you and I are similar age. I pitched a tent and slept on the pavement of that movie theater to see what movie? The Phantom Menace.
Okay, yeah.
One of the worst decisions of my life. But Odyssey was incredible.
Awesome. And so you saw it in the 70 millimeter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just it has to be seen that way. And there's one trailer for Dune 3, and it was also incredible and just really sets the tone. You got to see it.
For Doomsday, you said?
No, Dune 3.
Oh, Dune 3. Okay, yeah. Yeah, very
incredible.
Cool. Thanks, Jay.
Yep.
On the 70 millimeter, so like it's like trying to take a vacation. See this movie.
I know.
I'm trying to make. I gotta go to. I want to, and I hope to, but my wife also wants to. Would you have to take separate trips to see this in the 70 millimeter? And if you go to it's Cinemark, Tinseltown. It's the only 70 millimeter in the area. If you go to, I'm on what day here now? I'm on Friday the 24th. Okay, maybe Friday's a bad choice here. Let's go to Tuesday the 28th, the 7 p.m. show.
Mm-hmm.
Most of it is sold out. These places, people are making dates with this movie weeks in advance.
Yeah.
And the cool thing is that if you go to this website, all the seats that are taken are little like Trojan helmets. It's a nice touch. Okay, so I'm at the 20. Can I just get a promise from society / the theater that you don't take it out until you've checked with me? I'll go at 2 a.m. if I have to be the last person. Here we go. I've got the 10:45 show. Okay, I can do this one. $27 to see this in 70 millimeter in Rochester.
See, I'm at a point now where I have seen so many comparisons between what the 70 millimeter screen looks like and what the normal screens look like. I can't imagine myself seeing it for the first time not on 70 millimeter. Because I know how much of the movie is missing from the screen.
Yeah.
And now that I've been exposed to that truth, I can't go watch it on the normal movie screen. But it's, right, like you said, it's quite the 5 to 6 hour commitment.
Yeah. And
2 hours of driving, the 3 hour movie. It's not a short movie.
You would wonder if a little bit, if the box office numbers are subdued.
Yeah.
Because people that know about this or have, one of these theaters close enough are going to say, I'm not going to see it yet. I have to go see it there.
Yeah, right.
It really feels like I'm trying to take a day off of work, get a hotel. What do I got to do for this? Like, oh, it's a 10 p.m. show. Like, all right. Yeah. Call Alan. Alan, I need Thursday off. I'm going to the movies.
I still think the best idea go middle of the day.
Middle of the day.
I mean, a lot of people have to take off work for that.
That's sure. We could leave on a Wednesday at 10 and go see the 3:00 show.
Yeah, next Tuesday there's an 11:40.
I gotta now multiple meals on this trip. Jeez. And all the reviews are like that it's just a flat out masterpiece, pretty much.
I have not seen a single review that wasn't like this is everything that you want it to be.
Part of that is, speaking of Avengers Doomsday in the trailer, part of that is, I read the New York Times review, that everybody feels like it's an era where movies are really faltering. And this is a great movie. Yep. You know, hey, it's not, I mean, I guess it is a remake because it was a story already previously told, but it's not.
Yeah, Homer.
Right. It's not another Avengers. It's not a superhero movie. It's not, not that those movies aren't great, because Christopher Nolan made a couple of those, and those were great.
Yep.
But he's certainly getting his run as like the best living director right now. People are all over it's all him.
I mean, a lot of it's the effort. They had to invent. I watched an interview. They had to go to IMAX and invent a new camera that they could use for this movie, and it only records 3 minutes at a time before they have to change it out. So all actor takes can't be more than 3 minutes long, which also meant that filming it took forever.
Yeah.
They had to helicopter them to these islands where they were shooting. There's a 60-foot Cyclops that they had to use, turn into a puppet somehow. That's why.
And you could probably only get that done if you are Christopher Nolan.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's a little bit of a catch-22. No one makes movies like Nolan, but nobody's allowed to.
Right, because he gets a blank check.
He pretty much. Sure.
Oh, this will cost $1 billion to make. My name's Christopher Nolan. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Anybody else probably doesn't get licensed to do that.
It's a lot tougher. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call.
When am I going to see this?
We're going to have to take days off of work.
Maybe there's what about a Saturday morning?
I love a Saturday morning.
8 a.m.? I don't think I've ever gone to a morning movie.
I need the kids to be back in school. All of them to be in some school. So I can.
Uh-huh.
Is it age appropriate for fun? No, probably not. Asking them to sit still for 3 hours? Probably not. Anyway.
What is the earliest movie? I don't think I've ever come close to seeing a movie at 8 a.m.
I don't know if I have.
Maybe noon.
Have you ever been to a movie where you're the only person in the theater? I know we've talked about this before, right? I know I've talked about it before.
No, but I've been one of the only. Maybe 3 people total.
I've been the only person in the theater before. And I think it might have been an 11 a.m. movie.
I like the early movies on a weekend. They're kind of nice.
Yeah. It would have been something like this where there's a movie out. Everyone says, you have to see it. You have to see it.
Right.
And I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go right after the show and just go by myself. And I saw Inglourious Bastards at 11 a.m. by myself. And like I said, by myself. Not a soul in that theater but me.
Mm-hmm.
It was great.
I think I've gone and been solo, but with one other person.
Like you and a person went, and the two of you were the only two?
Maybe my brother, or even maybe my mom or my dad at one point. But I don't think I've ever been completely solo dolo.
Someone that just tweeted at us that saw it said it's not just the screen size, because it was filmed on that. The resolution is so much better.
Right.
Again, more me not going to see it for a while because I'm not gonna be able to see it unless it's on that screen.
When I was in high school, there are movie theaters everywhere, but when I was in high school, the good movie theater was in Syracuse. Just a better theater, nicer seats. We went to Carousel Mall. There was a theater in Auburn where I grew up, but my high school life was a lot of my friends and I all right, we're driving to Syracuse to watch a movie and then driving home. And, part of it might have been just more time to hang out and do whatever. And the ritual of driving to Carousel. But Carousel had more movies, better theaters. He's talking about spending the night in a tent to watch Phantom Menace. I don't think I ever slept out for any movie like that, but I can remember the draw. I can remember what the Odyssey has right now going for it is it has the summer blockbuster and everybody feels like they should see it. Independence Day was a massive summer blockbuster that was if you weren't seeing the movie, what were you doing with your life?
Right.
That's 1998 Independence Day comes out.
Sounds
I think that's right.
Yeah. Just cheesy, doesn't hold up, is what it is, summer blockbuster, but it was a ton of fun, and seeing that in the theater was an experience.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people don't go out anymore. I mean,
No,
now
that
people are
happened
going
every
out for
year,
this.
It feels like it's a big deal for,
It's-
there's some combination of factors, including, people are mad at movies now, I guess, and just sort of, get it together. Oh, this guy's got it together, and this movie might rule.
Yeah, it's him or it's Marvel.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, which even that I think
pretty much
people are
it.
getting pretty sour about, despite, this Doom thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how that goes.
You're going to say, what a
Doomsday?
summer for Tom Holland and John Bernthal, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Who's that second person?
The Punisher.
The Punisher guy.
Oh.
Real angry. Hey, listen to me, man. Is that what
he's,
he says?
he's in Walking Dead.
He does the no, wait.
Yes.
Like that
Yeah.
whole meme, yeah.
Gotcha.
They're both in the Spider-Man movie coming out in a couple weeks, too.
Okay.
Of course they are, but I mean,
Right, of course.
they're in this first and then that. So big summer for both of them.
Right.
Apparently, he's the shining spot, Tom Holland of the Odyssey.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Tom, good name for an actor.
Tom.
Is he going to do the next speech?
What's a bad name for an actor?
I'm just saying, you got Hanks, you got Cruise, you got
Holland. You got Hardy.
Yes, Hardy.
Yep.
Yes.
Bad name for an actor.
I don't know.
There's
what
not a bad name.
Yeah.
There isn't one. Thanks for the phone call. Jay, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. 9 days till training camp.
And they're only there for 9 days.
Yeah, not long at all.
So we're 2 weeks and change from blue and red. Allen has got to figure out what helmet he's coming in wearing. Will he wear the new helmet coming in?
Yes.
Typically, he's worn a helmet to the blue and red that doesn't exist.
Okay, so you weren't here on Friday.
Right.
Friday,
I listened to
Pete Gwelly confirmed something that I want to give a shout out and give credit, because there's been a Twitter account kind of reporting about the Bills having a new uniform for a while. And not to say like I didn't believe it, but I was like, I wonder. I haven't heard anything about that. And there's this, it's like student body right. Let me find exactly who it is so I can give proper credit. And they've had for a long time that they're going to have a new uniform. It's going to be gray. It's the one we saw online. And for me, it was always like, man, that gray one online. Here you go. Student body right. New uniform filing. This was tweeted back in March 12th. And a running update, tight-lipped about specific design, no indication to fans. And then a little bit more about how it looks like it might be gray. The new helmets are navy blue, not far off from the leak today. And the leak is a blue helmet with the red charge.
Okay, right.
So, again, student body right on Twitter has been kind of ahead of this, if in fact it's correct. Pete Gwelly then confirmed a new uniform set is coming. That is helmet, top, bottom, new uniforms. Not permanent, but like an alternate.
Yep.
I believe it's sportslogos.net has reported that those come out in a week, the 27th, 2 days before training camp. We'll see about that timeline. I feel like the Bills had another announcement they were going to make, and then they moved it up because it was about to get leaked. I forget what that was. That's like in the last 3-4 years about something, but it's escaping.
Is that the red helmet?
Maybe.
Where they wore the red helmet. They only did it the one time, but when they announced that, maybe.
Was it about to be reported, and then they jumped in front of it and said, like, oh, yeah, actually, we're going to do it?
I don't remember exactly, but I feel like that might have been
something like that. Anyway, full uniform set.
Yeah.
And had a guy do a couple of AI or whatever, like mock-ups or Photoshops about what it could be.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say something here. Unpopular on a jersey we have not yet seen. There is, to me, a world where, like, if it's the gray one we've seen, I might have some questions. There is a world where they're wearing that blue helmet with the red charge, and it's a little chrome kind of finish to it in a new stadium where they look like the fastest team in the world. You can look better based on what you wear. And I think that let me find this one version that somebody just mocked up for me, like, hey, what about this?
Kind of where like the helmet is the buffalo.
Yes. And the the charge, and knocked my own headphones off here. The charge goes down the sides.
Yeah.
I think that the helmet has a lot of potential. The gray uniform, we'll have to see the elements of it, but we might be a week out. Pete said soon for both teams, and that the NHL version, the Sabres, that's a league initiative, and the Bills is just they have a new one.
And that will mean 3 different home uniform sets.
The rivalry, the regular home, and then this one.
And that's if they have scrapped the red helmet.
They
only did once.
Here's what I think I can tell you. I've been told, this is not from Pete. We're having a conversation about Pete. I have other people to tell me things. I've been told that they're going to wear a red helmet once.
Okay.
So source tells me that's coming back once. So now I've got a red helmet.
That would mean 4 different helmets would be worn at home next year.
Yeah, that's right.
You would get the
red
normal,
helmet, regular
helmet,
rivalry, and the new one. 4 different helmets this year, if that all lines up.
Yeah, that's a lot.
And if there are new uniforms on Monday, we all know 10 a.m., right? Book it for 10:00. Book it for 9:57:30, so we don't get a chance to react on the air until Tuesday. And I'm off next week. Oh, man.
No, you won't be here. That'll actually be – so that's before the blue and red. So Allen's helmet thing – Allen, if you don't know, if you go to the blue and red every year, just pay attention to it. Allen wears a different helmet every year. He's worn before the red helmet thing happened, like years before it, he wore a red helmet with like 2 weird blue stripes through the top of it. He wore a blue helmet that had the blue Buffalo Bills logo on it. He wore, I'm looking right now, he wore a black Bills helmet with the red standing buffalo on it. So like he is just inventing something to wear at this thing. And maybe last year though he wore the red helmet, and maybe that was part of like, hey, we're wearing it this year. He's gonna wear the blue and red to kind of tease that. Maybe they just do that again, where like, hey, he's gonna come out at the blue and red wearing the new alternate helmet, or he'll come up with something brand new, which I feel like he's kind of running out of colors for that. If he's done a black helmet, a blue helmet, a red helmet, white helmet, he's done everything at this point.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it in their color scheme.
So just to recap, like new jersey set in a week.
Yep.
New stadium in 2.
And then we probably, I know some teams do this. Have the Bills typically released their uniform schedule before the season? Like the Chargers, I know, always do this. I know there are other teams where, like the Ravens, where, hey, this is exactly what we're wearing in every single game. And that comes out before the year. I don't remember, though, if the Bills are one of the teams that do that. Like, we know, like, hey, like, do we know when? We knew when they would wear the rivalry series uniforms last year.
Yes.
We at least knew that.
Week 5, yeah, we knew that.
And we knew when they would wear the red helmet. So wouldn't we probably find out, hey, these are the alternate uniforms, and we're going to wear them blank and blank.
One quick follow-up on the Odyssey. My buddy Russ texted in that it's a loud movie. I don't think I've ever seen one of these 4DX films.
Oh, man. They are... Well, that's 4DX, and like, what do you imagine that is?
So from what I'm told, your seat moves around and rumbles a little bit, and sometimes like it sprays...
Special effects.
Water... Smells.
Yes.
How much water? Because you tell me how fake it is. I saw a video online. This is fake. It's fake, right? Of people watching the Odyssey in 4DX, and like, it was like being on a boat. Like, I don't think you
in the movie
you don't
theater?
want that experience.
Like Splash Zone on the log flume ride.
Like you don't want that.
They
I don't think it was
water up.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen one movie ever in 4DX. It was Twisters.
Oh wow. There was ever a movie.
And you were thrown into the air.
When the tornadoes were, raging around and it was raining, you would get raindrops on you. I did not get soaked, though.
Mm-hmm.
There would have been mist, and there were definitely wind machines, I want to say. Wind machines. There were fans. There were powerful fans.
Right.
In the movie theater.
Yeah.
From what I remember. And you're right, your seat moves a lot.
Like disruptive?
Let's just say this. If you really want to watch the movie for the movie, you shouldn't see it in 4DX.
Okay.
Because it's more about...
It's more of a sort of a
kind of a sideshow.
Yeah.
I would maybe see it first and then see it there. Yeah.
Right. It's like a roller coaster ride sort of a thing.
It's like a 2-hour, or in this case, 3-hour roller coaster
Indoor,
ride.
yeah. Yeah, I saw the one video. I think I sent it to the group chat of people watching
Oh,
while
yeah.
they're on the boat.
Is that
and they're flipping all over the place?
Is that okay? That's the one I'm talking about. Was that real?
I mean,
could that possibly be real? They're on the boat, just getting thrown around and sprayed with water.
So aggressive.
Yeah, you get sprayed with water.
Yeah.
Maybe more movies are more. Would be more than what I experienced.
Yeah, like this lady's crying in this video.
Yeah, yeah, it's not good.
In some sort of airplane accident.
It does not seem fun. Isn't the whole idea that I don't have to be on the boat in the Odyssey to watch the movie?
Right.
These people's heads are jostling around. It looks like they're going to fall off their shoulders.
I'm just thinking of the poor person that accidentally booked 40X, not knowing that they either did that or what it was.
They just think it's a new 3D or something
and then
like
you
that.
show up and you're just getting sprayed with water while the movie's going on.
Yeah. All right. We'll get a break in 803-0550, 1-888-552-550 on WGR. Brian Koziel on the Open Championship, and Ryan Fox gets the win. Brian, it's funny, like in a, I'm just going to say, like in a time of our lives where so much of sports is about rules officials and challenges, did golf go that way this weekend with the Bryson thing, and then also the Scotty ruling, which I feel like I should be able to use the Scotty ruling whenever I want now. We got to get to that in depth. Didn't find your ball? We just must assume that it's in a position where you get a free drop? How is that interpreted for Scotty Scheffler to almost come back and finish one stroke back?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with the DeChambeau thing on, what would that be, on Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously walking around in the fescue. In my opinion, I'll on the rule thing first. In my opinion, he should have been walking much more gingerly. I know in the end, the RNA said he unintentionally improved his swing path. Obviously, DeChambeau disagreed that he did anything wrong because he was out there very, very animated. The whole thing reminded me of waiting for a goaltender interference penalty in the NHL. It just took way too long. It was over an hour before they finally decided that he was officially going to get the two-stroke penalty. And what Bryson did out there, whether he knew what he was doing or not, I know. I talked with Jeff Meadis. I've asked a couple of golf pros, just texting them in a group text, like, "Hey, what do you think there?" And they're like, "Look, he knew where he was stepping." So some of those people kind of that know the rules really well has kind of said, like, look, he knows that by him stepping around, like, what possibly could be happening there. So I'll even give him a little benefit of the doubt and say, well, maybe officially he thought he was clear with his swing path. To me, what I had a bigger problem with Bryson is the I might not play tomorrow kind of stance. Like, look, everybody gets bad calls in sports. I mean, if Josh Allen gets called for an intentional grounding he disagrees with, is he not coming out for the second half?
Right.
Like, come on, ridiculous. Like, stop. Like, it's ridiculous. The video itself, there was enough there. And the thing about golf, everybody says, like, it's honorable. You take the rules. You do all these sort of things that you want to protect the field. Like, okay, you disagreed with it. All right, but they're going to give it to you anyway, it looks like. And he's out there putting on a theatrical performance. I hated that. It took way too long. He's, and now they don't have tee times for the next day. There's all these volunteers still there. Like, that to me just was not necessary. And then I might not play tomorrow. And then he's not talking to the media about it. He had a chance to kind of tell his side and maybe become a sympathetic figure a little in some sense if fans maybe wanted to take his side. But because he didn't talk a whole week, nobody really knew what his side of the story was. So I didn't think he handled that very well, regardless of whether or not you thought he actually improved his swing path or not.
sometimes, all right, heroes need villains. Sometimes you need a foil, all right? Right, my friend? It's important at times. Right. It's important at times. And these players, they have been representative of the World Cup. When we do those montages of World Cups going forward in the future, those players are going to be involved because you see them and immediately you think the World Cup. Immediately you think greatness. And that is what the World Cup does to an individual. It elevates you. Even if you're already famous, even if you've already done wonderful things, the World Cup is a whole nother level of.
Alexi Lalas, he said there's no Messi without Ronaldo.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't really make any sense.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Joe Kelly, you got Zlatan, too. Zlatan's farewell.
At MafiaCon.
He just left.
Yeah, he said
thank you.
One and only.
I'm done.
Yeah.
This is it. Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Standing next to Lawless the whole time.
The last 1.5 months, so this will be my last words. I want to take this moment. Alexi, thank you. Thierry, thank you. Rebecca, thank you. It has been an absolutely pleasure to share this studio with you guys. You made it very easy for me. I want to thank also Fox Studio. I want to thank America. I want to thank also all the other people you don't see. I don't remember all the names like Thierry.
Everybody.
But you made it easy for me. I hope, America, you enjoyed as much as I did. And this is also my farewell to the studio.
It is?
This was the first and last time for me. So thank you, everybody.
Had enough of Lawless. One and done.
Can't do it again.
Wait, there's a little bit of disappointment there. Zlatan breaking character. He's not supposed to thank people. He's supposed to go up there and say, like, right. You're welcome, all of you, for being here for you.
Yeah.
I made you so much better for being here.
Right.
Zlatan out. That's what he's supposed to say.
Well, I'll miss him on that studio.
I don't think he's a great analyst. I think he's a great personality. Thierry Henry, great analyst.
Yes.
Zlatan, great personality.
Which is a good combo.
Yeah, that works.
And I don't know who in soccer they're going to replace him with, personality-wise. If they're going for that same vibe, isn't Messi going to be on the studio?
I'm not sure.
No, he's too good for that.
I was just saying, I don't know. Does he speak?
No, he actually, I think part of his MLS deal is that he doesn't do media.
Yeah.
Because he just doesn't want to do it. Who's got a person? Someone's got to have a personality. I mean, Wayne Rooney's been out here saying, pretty bold things. Bring him over here to do it.
Yeah. 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. NFL's top 100, still rolling, still waiting for our first bill.
So Ravens fans are just going to be mad every time a quarterback goes in now because Lamar Jackson was so low, because saw a little bit of that this
Trevor
weekend
Lawrence.
where Trevor Lawrence was in at 62, which is 7 spots ahead of Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw the point being made. No one in the world would say right now they'd rather have Trevor Lawrence as their quarterback than Lamar Jackson. Which I do kind of agree with. There probably are very few people that would tell you if I was starting a team today, I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence than Lamar Jackson.
One thing has changed. Trevor Lawrence runs now and Lamar doesn't.
Yeah, Lawrence ran last year for 9 rushing touchdowns.
Uh-huh.
Only 359 yards, but 9 touchdowns.
And he runs now.
Yeah. But if Lamar can run again, one is very much better than the other at running.
I would imagine Ravens fans are arguing with rankings all the time because they can finally stop arguing with each other. Don't you feel like their existence is always arguing about
Ravens fans?
Yeah, they not even with us. I mean,
everybody.
If we cover the Ravens, wouldn't it be nonstop about Lamar all the time? He hasn't gotten it done in the playoffs. You'd have people that don't believe in him. Here, you like the idea that you don't believe in Allen winning the whole thing. It's like, I don't know. You might know a person as opposed to just 50-50.
No, it seems silly when anybody has a take like that.
But if you were to have the take in Baltimore, we'll never win with Lamar, like you and I might find that silly. But I feel like you've got an army's worth of fans to stand with that would say, he's not it. We've seen enough postseason performances that it's not it.
I think that's what the difference. Like, there is more. If someone says it about Allen, it feels more like you're not actually watching the games. Even though, like, there's a pocket that you can look at for him and say, well, he's had the ball, end of games, chance to win, and hasn't gotten the job done. You could very easily counter and say, well, he got the ball to his receiver's hands in the last 2 years and they couldn't catch it.
3 years in a row. Guys are not completing the plays that he's making.
Right. So when you put in the context of what's happening in the games, and then you couple that with, look how good his numbers are in the playoffs. They're like all-time great. It's not his fault that he hasn't won. So if you're out here telling me he can't win the big one, you're just not watching the games, is how it feels. Jackson, there's more fact behind it.
Yeah. There's a bigger sample size.
Truly is. There's a bigger sample size. There are more poor games. I mean, I could just look at the numbers.
They're just complete playoff duds.
Like 10 passing touchdowns, 7 interceptions. You're the MVP of the league 2 times over. What are you doing with 10 touchdowns and 7 picks?
And these are
in 8 playoff games. You're barely averaging a touchdown per playoff game.
Right. And that's not all against great teams. Like, you could pad your stats against a wild card opponent if you could.
Right.
But
well, and that's one of the things
they
I've
also
seen
had
about
a
Allen
first.
too. Like, well, Allen pads his stats against the wild card teams. And even if you do that, you could just look at his divisional round and AFC Championship game numbers, and they're still like as good as like all the other great quarterbacks. But sure, his wild card numbers are better. But like Jackson's had a couple of letdown moments in wild card games. I mean, those were earlier in his career. He's had more trouble in the second games as of late. But like he lost as the MVP, right? 2020, didn't Jackson win the MVP? That was his first one. He lost, that year, his second year in the NFL. He was the MVP of the league, and he scored 12 points against the Titans in his first playoff game with multiple turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have a lot of games like that. The game against the Bills, turnovers at the beginning of it. So I think he is one of the 3 best quarterbacks in football. I think it's ridiculous he was ranked as low as it was. But if you're comparing him to Allen and why Ravens fans probably find themselves fighting more with other people or within themselves than it's happening with Allen, it's because of the postseason. 1,000%. It's all about the playoffs.
Lou in East Aurora is up. Hey, Lou.
Hey, good morning, guys. I've been wanting to make this call for a long time. And I'm going to say I very much enjoy your show. I enjoy your work, your coverage of football, the NFL, and of hockey very, very much. But as a 20-year Manchester City fan, I have very much had a problem with your perspectives of soccer. And so I haven't caught a lot of the show this morning, but I did catch early on your comments about Rodri, who is, from my perspective, the best, if not one of the top 3 midfielders in the sport. And I'm curious to know your experience and if you were aware of just how many Pep Guardiola coached players were playing at the highest levels during this tournament. It's been sad for me to listen to you guys talk about that team and my team, Manchester City, because it seems like to me you've had a perspective that they're like the Yankees of that league, and certainly they have kind of played that role over the past maybe 5-8 years, but in the long history of the Premier League, they haven't been that team at all. And I think it maybe clouded your perspective of what an incredible coach Pep Guardiola has been, and the players and the beauty with which that team played the sport at times. Your commentary over the past couple of weeks about Haaland, you're kind of forced to kind of have a new flavor about him. I got a kick out of it. And I'm just curious to hear what you have to say about my comments.
I don't know what to make of any words that you said. Like, what's the point?
I think that, I'll say this. Some of the things that Wallace just said, there's been a new exposure and perception of, world soccer. My perception of it has been myopic towards my team and the Premier League. Yours has as well. But I just think that, like, a player like Rodri, who, to me, going into this tournament, I had as someone that I thought was going to be an absolute force.
Yeah.
Seemed like it was a complete surprise to you all.
Who said it was a surprise?
No one said it was a surprise.
Who said it was a surprise?
Well,
We flat out said.
Well, I'm sorry.
I
only caught a little bit of your commentary this morning. It seemed like of course, everybody focuses on the goal scorers, right? For these, and I don't certainly gamble and pay attention to any of the markets that are involved that probably represented that perspective too. I'm just saying, I looked all over this tournament, and I saw great Pep Guardiola players.
Okay.
Cool. That's true.
But you think Pep's great? He is great. Like,
yeah,
is the only point here that Pep Guardiola is great? Sure, man. It's kind of like, okay.
Yeah, I have no problem with him. I think he's a great manager. And he was before Manchester City, so you also have that part of it.
Right.
Why does he also have great players that are all over the World Cup? Because they spend billions and billions of dollars, and probably more than they should because of unfair wage penalties that they somehow have not been punished for yet in the Premier League. So in that way, yeah, they're the Yankees. No?
Hello?
Yeah, you're still here.
I think that's fine. That's fine. They're the Yankees. They were the Yankees. I get it, and I'm sure they're not the only team. Of course they're not. Listen, I was a Manchester City fan dealing with Manchester United for a long time. Mm-hmm. So being defined that way just seems to be a moment in time. And I do think that, some can say, like, listen, somebody like Pep is only great because of the players he's had, almost make a Belichick analogy, when the reality is, I think that if you look at how he's won from league to league and from player to player, players want to play with him because he plays the game, coaches the game in a beautiful.
Okay. I just don't know who you're arguing with. I don't know. Did you call a different show? Are you listening to it? We're not sitting here talking about Pep Guardiola only being good because his players.
And I also would just ask, like, even Lou said there, like, that's how I felt about Manchester United, because he's right. Manchester City, before they won their first Premier League title, was not that club at all. How'd you feel about United when they were that team? Why would you expect anybody that isn't a Manchester City fan to feel any different about them? Because it's not a moment in time. It's a decade in time that they've been like this. There should be no expectation that anybody that follows that sport in that league should feel anything positively to that club at all. That's why the Haaland piece of it, same with Jeremy, like, this tournament was a breath of fresh air for me, because the moment he puts that uniform on, it's gross to me. But he's not. He's playing for Norway. And now it's not Manchester City's Erling Haaland, it's just Erling Haaland. And then he's likable to me. But the moment, who's a football player that I like? I really like, maybe you liked Kenneth Walker last year. Well, guess what? Now he plays for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I can't root for him now.
Maybe you liked A.J. Brown before this year. Well, now he's a Patriot. Like, okay, your attitude towards a player will change based on who he plays for. Always. So that's me with them. They're the big evil empire that spends more money than they should and should be punished for it. And they haven't. Why should I like them?
I don't know. What do they have to do with the World Cup? A lot of Barcelona players on that Spain team, too.
There were not a lot of Liverpool players.
No, there were not.
World Cup, I can tell you that. They had 0 players on England, which I think was the first time.
A lot of Arsenal players scoring some pretty important goals, including Mikel Merino. Spain's not there without Mikel Merino.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Argentina had a bunch of MLS guys. Not just Messi. Not just Messi, obviously.
It was a great tournament. Look forward to it again in 4 years.
What did Nick say earlier? That Pulisic might come to the MLS?
I didn't hear that.
He said something about NYCFC. I really hope he doesn't do that.
He can do what he wants.
I guess, but...
I mean, I'm not fazed by it. I'll be focused on my fantasy football teams.
Oh, draft season.
We're getting into draft season. Get excited.
Next
Jeremy
month.
Joe, Extendo Sports coming up. The other part about that he said there that I don't necessarily agree with, and this is what I wouldn't mind talking to people, that no one is safe. Who does that apply to? I don't think it applies to anybody. Outside of, Deion Dawkins, if he doesn't have a good year, could he be a cap casualty? Sure. Mm-hmm. If Josh Palmer doesn't produce, if Keon Coleman...
But those guys don't rate, on the level that he means.
Yeah, nobody's...
He's talking about the coach and GM, I think.
Right, in which case, I don't think that there's any chance...
No.
Hand up was wrong about McDermott. I thought there was no chance McDermott was on the hot seat. We would talk about it every year, and I would say I think there's no chance he's on the hot seat. I thought, there might be a rift between the coach and the GM, but I don't think there's any chance that the coach is going to get fired. And then he did. So, ready to be wrong again, but does anybody really think that Beane's on the hot seat? That Beane and Brady have a short window to get this done? I guess it's possible if there are 2 years. The shortest time frame I might give it, Joe, would be 2 years, and they don't make it out of the wild card round. To me, that's it.
Yeah.
Where the owner could look at it and say, we've gone backwards for 2 years. Other than that, I mean, I've got the defensive coordinator kind of openly, honestly saying the vision might not appear in year one. If the vision doesn't appear in year one, then you're waiting for year two for that vision. I think they could win the whole thing this year. I think they could win the whole thing next year. Things got to go right for them. Things can come together. But if it goes poorly, I do not see a scenario where it's like nobody is safe, like Dan Graziano says.
No, I think it would have to be an outright catastrophe that it seems impossible. Like, they win 6 games and miss the play. They have the year that the Chiefs just had. Does that even...
Does Allen get hurt for that?
And that is
he would have to be hurt, right?
I don't know. I mean, the Chiefs, Mahomes didn't get hurt until they were eliminated.
That's right.
How'd they do that? They went 1-9 in one-score games. They have a year like that where they just lose all their one-score games, all their close games, just go against them, and they miss the playoffs and win like 6 or 7 games. I'm not even sure if that happened. I mean, I feel like if that happened, maybe you would have to qualify it as nobody is safe and that something could happen. The upper deck of the stadium is coming down today.
Yeah, we got tweets.
I got pictures. Yeah, it looks like someone took a bite out of the top corner of the 300 level.
Wait, I think I dropped my phone up there. Or something. Somebody dropped something.
Mm-hmm.
They sweep it out.
It's gone now.
Peanuts. What's the account? I'm missing this all.
I just retweeted it. So did WBN.
All right, well, currently nothing on Twitter is working for me, so I'll just have to accept that I'm
Probably
not going to see it.
Broken from the Doomsday trailer that came out.
I haven't seen that either.
December 18th, this movie comes out. We got the trailer for it. Be wrapping up the Bill season by then. When is your first fantasy draft?
Great question. I don't know. I
don't know. I got to schedule my Guillotine League draft. That's what I got to do.
I probably have a draft next week because we have our family week.
Yep.
And half the league is there. And we just tell the other half of the league, like, hey, there's 6 of us here, so we're drafting tomorrow at noon.
Yep.
So I probably have a draft in about a week.
All right.
We're going to get set on our Odyssey pretty soon here.
Oh, yeah, right. They've named their league the Odyssey. I'm out.
Incredible.
We didn't get a member guest recap. Do it tomorrow because we're out of time. I'm going to be Tom Brady.
We could do it tomorrow. I did not win. Couldn't hit a drive. Did everything else good.
You know what I learned?
Rain and smoke.
In winning the one member guest I did. It's that some guys don't want to win the member guest, Joe. You know, maybe you're just happy to be there and want to tell your.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You just want to tell your friends you were in one. You don't want to win it.
Also, you're there for a good time, and it's good food, and you get an open bar, and a lot of good perks that come with it. You get the welcome prize.
Door prize, something.
No, like what you get when you walk in. What is that called?
Door prize. Is it not?
Like your welcome gift, I should say. Yeah.
Door prize.
Yeah, I think door prize usually it's something that's like a raffle item.
You might be right.
But whatever, like you get that.
Yeah, promotional gift awarded to attendees at an event. Okay, random drawing upon entry. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
So it went good. I mean, there's a hole-in-one story to be told at some point, not by me. All your golf games involve skins.
Did you hear the roar of the hole-in-one?
No,
I've been present.
Other side of the course.
The closest I've been to a hole-in-one is one hole behind the group that got a hole-in-one.
Yeah, I was there with you, I think.
Yep.
That was at Gowanda. Yeah, we were on the tee box.
At Gowanda, yeah. They checked the hole and they roared. They got a hole-in-one.
Yeah.
So one full hole away. It's close as I've ever been. All right, we're back tomorrow. Thanks for listening and calling. Sal, tomorrow is Rookies Report. We'll get into the rookie class, rookie expectations, all that stuff. Counting down the days to Bill's camp.